Apologies, all honorable members. The honorable chair is having connectivity issues, but he'll join us soon. Stay with us.
There I am, Opile.
Your guidance, honorable chair, can we?
Hear me now?
Yours. Apologies, bear with us. We're still having connectivity issues with the honorable chair.
Give us a guide, please.
Apologies. Can we have the other individuals in the room mute their sound, please, because we're having feedback.
We okay now. What I don't know is where we are on the program now. Hello, everyone. Hello.
We can hear you, Chair.
Yes, where are we now?
We are yet to start the meeting. We're waiting for you to get back online.
All right.
The Chair may wish to proceed accordingly.
Okay, all right.
With your guidance, can I proceed, honorable chair?
Yeah, although someone has taken my gadget, it's coming back. Eh? Is it getting fixed?
Kindly flag the agenda in the interim.
All right. Distinguished members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization. Apologies. Yes.
Kindly share the agenda on the screen and await the chair to be ready, and then he will guide you to proceed.
Thank you for the guidance, Madam SG.
Like if man game on a program here.
Paulina, are you there? Kindly assist, or Ronald, share the agenda on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the agenda. Opila, I think we we are ready now. You can take the lead.
Thank you,
Hello.
Honorable Chair. Distinguished members of the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, parliamentarians from SADC National Parliaments, Her Excellency Ms. Boeing Skepko, SADC-PF Secretary General, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives from partner organizations, SADC-PF Secretariat, staff and staff of the SADC National Parliament, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I am Upile Polepole, your committee secretary for today's committee proceedings. Before the vice chairperson take lead in our committee deliberations, I have an announcement to make regarding the leadership of this standing committee on democratization, governance, and human rights. I would like to inform the members of the standing committee that the Parliament of Lesotho has formally communicated to the Secretary General that Honorable Mtsala Martha, who previously served as the Vice Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, is no longer a member of the SADC-PF. In her place, the Parliament has designated Honorable Professor Nkosi Mahao as Lesotho's representative. Following established practice, Honorable Professor Mahao will now assume the role of Vice Chairperson of the committee for the remainder of the term. Additionally, I would like to inform the committee that the Parliament of Zimbabwe has not yet designated a new member to replace the former chairperson, Honorable Daud Ndiweni, following the general elections of the July 2023. In light of the above situation, the Vice Chairperson, Honorable Professor Mahao, will preside over this committee meeting in place of the chairperson, in accordance with Rule 39, subsection 2 of the Rules of Procedure. I now invite Honorable Professor Nkosi Mahao to chair the proceeding of today's deliberation. Honorable Professor Nkosi Mahao, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Upile, for the introductions, and allow me to welcome everybody. We can now get into the next item on the agenda. Hello?
Yes, Honorable Chair, you can proceed to call the meeting to order.
Yes, yes, I do call the meeting to order, and I would request you to proceed with the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Through you, I'll call the credentials of delegates and announce the apologies. First of all, we'll start with the introduction of members. Member from Botswana.
Right.
The honorable member from Botswana, please introduce yourself. Honorable member from DRC, please introduce yourself. The honorable member from Madagascar, please introduce yourself. Honorable member from Malawi, please introduce yourself. Honorable member from Mauritius, please introduce yourself.
Madam Secretary.
Yes, Honorable.
It may be helpful to use your registration list and just confirm to the chair if there's a quorum. When you go on screen, you find that the members are online. Some of them we can see, but there must be an issue in terms of maybe the speed. I see Honorable Chikeze Daimu from the DRC, who's right there. I see Zambia and the others. So kindly use your registration list and confirm if there's a quorum to the chair. Failing which we will then need to see. I see Madagascar among others. So please, maybe that would assist.
Thank you, Madam SG. I do confirm that we have a quorum, Honorable Chairperson, and we have received apologies from Angola and Mozambique. Eswatini members are yet to be constituted and Zimbabwe members are yet to be constituted. So I confirm, Honorable Chair, that we can proceed with the proceedings. We have a quorum. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chairperson, you have the floor.
The chair is muted, is not muted, but we can't hear. I'm not sure. Ntate Mahau. Ntate Mahau. He is speaking, but we cannot hear.
I think he has all lost audio on the screen. I can only see video.
And the colleagues, with the vice chairperson, could you kindly fix his camera, because from where we sit, he's facing the roof. He's facing the ceiling. Kindly assist and ensure that the camera is fixed accordingly. And we have lost audio.
Greetings, everyone, and warm welcome to the SADC PF committee. I am Honorable Saima Khoro from the Kingdom of Numi.
Bontate kopa di thuse motlhomphehi, camera ya gagwe ha e sebetse hantle.
Yeah, we are waiting for that.
Okay, but harabone motlhomphehi, maybe for now, while you fix the camera. Honorable Lumai, Honorable Victor Lumai, your camera also.
SG, you mean my video?
Yes, sir.
My video is on.
It's on, but you are facing the sky.
Oh,
Yes, if you can just straighten it up so that we're able to have a good visual of you.
is it okay?
They've cut off your forehead now.
I've cut off my forehead.
Have we lost Lesotho, Ronald?
We have SG. I'm trying to communicate with them, SG.
Okay. In the interim, Kurasha, just kindly.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. It's much better. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Messi, you are giving guidance on something.
No, I was saying I saw Honorable Bagman and the others, but they're not on camera. I don't know if that they're having a difficulty with their cameras. When you look
SG,
at the screen. Yes. Good morning, Honorable Bagman.
good morning. I am present, just that my
Okay,
camera is not behaving. So I would be slowing down the bandwidth if I use my
No
camera.
problem. Thank you so much. Okay, Madagascar is online as well. Yeah. When we get back the chair, DRC, Zambia.
Tanzania was also in.
Yeah. We appreciate your patience, honorable members. This is really due to circumstances beyond the chair's control. Thank you.
We are back.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, honorable members, for bearing patience. Now we have Honorable Chair online who will proceed with the program. Honorable Chair, you have the floor.
Just remind me where we are. We just presented the credentials, have we?
Yes, we're on number 2, adoption of the agenda.
All
The
right.
agenda is being shared and was already shared with the members as well.
All right. Honorable members, the draft agenda for the meeting was circulated to all members. Are there any proposals to amend the draft agenda? We're calling for amendments to the draft agenda, if any. I assume there is no amendment. Who moves the adoption of the agenda as is? Honorable members, any mover of the agenda.
I can propose to adopt the agenda.
Is a mover, is there a seconder?
I can second the agenda.
The agenda has been seconded, honorable members, and is accordingly adopted. Allow me therefore to make the following opening remarks. Distinguished members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, parliamentarians from SADC national parliaments, Her Excellency Ms. Buemo Sekoma, SADC PF Secretary General, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives from partner organizations,
Hello? Hello?
SADC PF Secretariat staff and staff of SADC national parliaments, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Bonjour.
With honor and pleasure, allow me to welcome you all to the first part of today's deliberations of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. The deliberations will be followed by public hearings starting from 11 o'clock this morning. The public hearings are being held under the theme Amplifying Citizens' Voices in Regional Integration in Southern Africa, Bridging the Engagement Gap by Bringing Parliament to the People. As you are already aware of the mandates given by the committee, which was stipulated in our rules of procedure under 42D in bracket, it is our obligation as members of this committee to ensure that our discussions and recommendations, among others, promote the principles of human rights, transparency, and accountable governance, peace and security through collective responsibility within the SADC region. By inviting the general public to submit their views to the committee, it shows how SADC Parliamentary Forum is committed to accommodate the voice of the citizens and also uphold the spirit of transparency and accountability. In addition, the committee wishes to show the general public that its deliberations and resolutions also aim at dealing with issues of democracy, political participation, including elections, security, peace, and stability on the basis of the rule of law, human rights, and conflict resolution, among others. I therefore invite you all to keenly follow the discussions and resolutions made by the committee, as these resolutions, when presented and adopted during the plenary assembly sessions, will help to shape national legal framework of SADC member states in their quest of achieving SADC Vision 2050, Africa's Agenda 2063, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and others. In conclusion, it is my plea to all honorable members and all distinguished participants that we join in and participate in the public hearing, as already alluded. It is my utmost belief that meaningful discussions from the hearing will contribute greatly to future agendas of the committee and improve the way the committee conducts its oversight function. With these few remarks, feel welcome to the deliberations of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you. Shall we now move to item 4, consideration of minutes of the statutory meeting of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, held on the, is it 26th of November, 2022. Honorable members, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are an accurate record of the meeting. We will consider the minutes item by item to accommodate any variations in pages across the languages. I invite members to make corrections item by item.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll read through the minutes for the members' recollection of what happened. Through you, Honorable Chair, the minutes of previous meeting of the committee held on 9th May 2023, addressed on Blue OR Tambo Hotel in Johannesburg, South Africa. Members that were present during the meeting were from Zimbabwe, Angola, DRC, Eswatini, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia. During the meeting, apologies were received from Botswana, Mauritius, and Lesotho. Members was still not designated after the 2022 elections. In attendance were the SADC PF Secretariat, staff from Eswatini, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Angola, and DRC. Observers came from Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association, Center for Applied Legal Studies, Wits University. The meeting was called to order at 14:50 hours, and the agenda of the meeting was as follows: credentials and apologies, adoption of agenda, welcome and remarks by the chairperson, consideration of the minutes of the DGHR committee held virtually on 25th November 2022 under the theme Consolidating Democracy by Bringing Parliament to the People. Matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting, presentation on the theme towards a rights-based approach to the conduct of business within the natural resources sector in the SADC region. What can parliaments do? Deliberations and recommendation, any other business, closing remarks. 1.0 of the minutes was the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was adopted without amendments on a motion by Malawi and seconded by South Africa. 2.0 was credentials and apologies. The quorum of the meeting was confirmed with 12 of the 15 members present. Apologies were also recorded from the Parliament of Lesotho, which was it as already alluded to. The chairperson also welcomed 2 new members designated to the committee by their respective parliaments, namely Honorable Pedro Sebastiano from Angola and Honorable Chikezi Duemu Glisten from DRC, who was present in the meeting by a proxy. 3.0 was welcoming remarks by the chairperson. The chairperson welcomed the members to the meeting, which was being held under the theme towards a rights-based approach to the to the conduct of business within the natural resource sector in the SADC region. What can parliaments do? He indicated that the meeting was being held ahead of the 53rd Plenary Assembly session to be hosted by the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania in July 2023. Honorable Ndiweni further indicated that the theme was critical and timely, since the committee had recently, in February 2023, adopted the principle and guidance of parliaments in promoting human rights in the SADC region, which provided a comprehensive framework for human rights oversight by legislators. The chairperson added that the current theme would also buttress the natural resources governance barometer for Southern Africa, which SADC-PF adopted in 2016 to enhance parliamentary interventions for accountability in the extractive industry in SADC. Honorable Ndiweni emphasized the value of the rights-based approach to the conduct of business in the extractive sector in view of the SADC region's endowment with both solid and liquid mineral resources. He indicated that if properly utilized, these resources could be a boon for progress, realization of environmental, economic, social, and cultural rights, including supporting social protection programs, creating jobs, eradicating poverty, and reducing inequalities. He, however, decried the fact that the exploitation of natural resources in Southern Africa, like elsewhere on the African continent, was often associated with human rights violations and enormous environmental damage. The chairperson also lamented the fact that multinational or transnational corporations, TNCs, operating in the sector had the tendency to disregard human and community rights, resulting in flagrant violations of environmental, labor, health, and human rights, such as land despoilation, forced displacement, environmental pollution, cultural infringements, and in some instances, deaths. Honorable Ndiweni pointed out that the current legislation frameworks and state institutions mandated to regulate corporation conduct to safeguard human and community rights were evidently falling short of expectations, and this left communities vulnerable. He added that globalization and the transboundary nature of TNC's operations were aggravating the situation by creating unbalanced power relations between the state and TNCs. Territorial regulations by individual countries had been rendered impracticable, and this had left states with limited capacity to effectively regulate and monitor the operations of TNCs, and this had created more complex gaps in natural resources governance. The chairperson indicated that the necessity to transition to renewable energies had triggered increased demand and exploitation for mineral resources in the Southern African region as the world raced towards the net zero emission targets. The net zero emission targets. The decarbonization of energy and transport sectors, for instance, required minerals like lithium, cobalt, and copper in the manufacturing of batteries and other green technologies, and SADC countries had a significant share of these critical minerals. The chairperson indicated that research had established that the Democratic Republic of Congo was producing about 70% of the world's cobalt. South Africa had the largest share of manganese reserves. Mozambique had significant shares of graphite, and Zimbabwe had the largest deposits of lithium in Africa. Honorable Ndiweni, however, expressed serious concern that the transitional mineral boom could perpetuate another situation where communities were made to bear the burden of the negative impacts of mining activities without getting the benefits. The chairperson thus called for maximization of the potential of the region's transnational minerals for this substantive benefit of citizens and significant contribution to the SADC Vision 2050, Africa Agendas 2063, and the UN Sustainable Development Agenda. In this regard, he called for full consideration of the human rights impacts of mining projects and for remedies to be implemented along the entire transnational minerals value chain. The chairperson acknowledged and several voluntary frameworks developed over the years to promote the protection and fulfillment of human rights in the context of business, such as the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, UNGPs. He, however, clarified that these were ineffective since they were voluntary and not legally binding. According to the chairperson, lauded the efforts towards the development of legally binding instruments at the international level. He specifically commended the resolution by the 26th session of the UN Human Rights Council in 2014, proposing adoption of an international legally binding instrument on TNCs and other business enterprises to hold corporations accountable for human rights violation and provide access to remedy for affected communities. He also applauded Ecuador and South Africa for sponsoring the resolution. The chairperson also praised the 74th ordinary session of the African Commission from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for adopting a resolution on business and human rights in Africa on 7th March 2023, adding that when developed, the instrument would ensure accountability and access for remedy for business-related human rights violations in Africa. The chairperson reiterated the centrality of parliamentarians in promoting the concept of business and human rights through their legislation, representative and oversight roles. He thus implored legislators to render their full support to the treaty development processes at the continental and international levels by rallying their respective executive arms to join other SADC member states that were already advocating for a strong legally binding international instrument. Honorable Ndiweni underscored that it was Parliament's ultimate duty to ensure that the enactment of comprehensive legal framework, effective regulations of TNCs, ensure that they respected the rights of communities and that communities had access to remedies in the case of violations. Parliamentarians must also ensure that governments remain free from corporate capture. The chairperson thanked the forum's partners that were supporting the training for MPs in business and human rights, adding that this was buttressing evidence-based approaches to promoting the respect of human rights in the conduct of business within the natural resources sector in the SADC region. The partners included the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association, Center for Applied Legal Studies, Africa Coalition for Corporate Accountability, and the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. 4.0, consideration of the minutes of DGHR committee held virtually on 25th November 2022 under the theme Consolidating Democracy by Bringing Parliament to the People. The minutes of the previous meeting held virtually on 25th November 2022 were provided without amendments, were approved without amendments on a motion by Honorable Dunduzi Matsewala, MP from Eswatini, and seconded by Honorable Leonard Mwalwanda, MP from Malawi. 5.0, matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting. The chairperson invited committee members to submit any matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting, and various issues were raised and considered. 5.1, resolution to request the Parliament of Lesotho to designate a member to serve as the DGHR Standing Committee Vice Chairperson. The committee took note that since the general election of 6th October 2022, the Parliament of Lesotho was yet to designate members to SADC PF in line with Article 7 of the Constitution. Since the opposition of the chairperson of the committee was currently held by Lesotho, this had rendered the position of Vice Chairperson of the committee, of the Standing Committee, vacant for a considerable period. Accordingly, the committee resolved that a request must be submitted to the Parliament of Lesotho regarding the need to expedite the designation of a member who would serve as a vice chairperson in order to smoothen the operations of the committee. 5.2, briefing on the development of knowledge tools. The committee was briefed on and welcomed the development of principles and guidelines of parliaments in promoting human rights in Southern Africa, which had been validated by the committee and stakeholders on 8th and 9th February 2023. The knowledge tool would be vital in strengthening and mainstreaming approaches to the work of parliamentarians. The committee was also informed that the draft principles and guidelines for parliamentarians in curbing corruption in the SADC region required further work in terms of redrafting and reorganizing the content, as well as carrying out additional research in certain areas, and would be finalized once financial resources were secured. 5.3, briefing on the deployment of SADC PF election observation missions to the forthcoming general elections in SADC member states. The committee recalled that one of its key mandates regarding election observation was to promote electoral reforms, the strengthening of electoral institutions, and the entrenchment of democratic elections in the SADC region through elections-related missions, as stipulated in Rule 42, subsection D and subsection V of the Rules of Procedure. It was noted that 12 SADC member states would be having general elections in the next 2 years. from 2023 to 2024 as follows. 2023, Zimbabwe in August, Eswatini in September, Madagascar presidential elections in November or December, DRC in December. And in 2024, Botswana, Comoros, Madagascar, parliamentary elections, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, and South Africa. The committee emphasized the importance of deploying SADC PF election observation missions to these elections, as this would serve to promote the domestication of SADC model law on elections, facilitate regional peer review, and avoid having to rely solely on observers from outside Southern Africa. Accordingly, the committee resolved that serious consideration should be given to all available options to sustain the observation of elections by parliamentarians, as the observation mandate was primarily on oversight function. These options included the possibility of increasing annual subscriptions to cover for costs of deploying EMOs rather than making it optional for parliaments to participate as per the current policy. The committee resolved to recommend to the plenary assembly accordingly. 6.0 presentation of the theme towards the rights-based approach to the conduct of business within the natural resources sector in the SADC region. What can parliaments do? During the training, the committee received presentation from the resource persons on the concept of business and human rights. The training was also intended to update parliamentarians on key developments on the negotiations of the legally binding instruments on business and human rights and why it mattered for the SADC region. The training also explored the avenues available for SADC PF to participate in the process and discuss the ways in which parliamentarians could champion the business and human rights agenda at regional and national level, leveraging on their mandate. 6.1 introduction. The presentation highlighted that traditionally there were a clear divide between human rights and business. Human rights was the preserve of government as guided by human rights law, while business was the preserve of companies guided by business law. However, there was a growing shift as the boundary between business and human rights was increasingly becoming blurred, and some corporate practices and investments were associated with human rights abuses. The shift was also impacting on different branches of law, including the law of delict or tort, criminal law, contract law, as well as investment and commercial transaction and arbitration. In addition, globalization, increased FDI, and market liberalization had made the power of corporations more noticeable and exposed the limited capacity of the state. It was also highlighted that although corporates had introduced initiatives such as corporate social responsibility and self-regulation standards and guidelines to project good corporate behavior, these lacked adequate accountability mechanisms. 6.2, why business and human rights in the natural resources sector. The presentation quoted the former UN Special Representative on Business and Human Rights, John Reg, who saliently observed that extractive companies had the history of adverse impact on human rights, like resettlement of communities without adequate consultation and compensation, environmental degradation which affected health, livelihoods, and access to clean water, and forced labor, rape, and even extrajudicial killings under the pretext of protecting company assets. The presentation also highlighted that natural resources were critical to the production of basic human needs, including energy, consumer goods, and food. As such, their use, development, and depletion was critical. They could be a great source of wealth for both governments and local communities and bring benefits to all citizens. However, in practice, investment in oil, gas, coal, minerals, renewable energy, and large-scale agriculture were often intertwined with human rights abuses, and the SADC region had experienced a fair share of such abuses dating back to the days of colonialism and apartheid. It was also indicated that the increasing need and exploitation of criminal mirrors, which the SADC region had in abundance, had the potential to trigger an increase in these abuses. 6.3, voluntary business and human rights frameworks. The presentation outlined the various frameworks that had emerged to try and address the challenges, including the UN Global Compact, OECD guidance, industrial certificates like Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurances, voluntary standards like the Global Reporting Initiative and the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. The latter required states to protect citizens and communities against human rights abuses by third actors through policies, regulation, and education, while business had the responsibility to respect human rights across the mining value chain. Victims, on the other hand, needed to have access to judicial state and non-state remedies in case of human rights abuses. 6.4, towards a legally binding instrument to regulate TNCs and other business enterprises. The presentation highlighted that the voluntary mechanisms were not effective as the Global South was failing to control TNCs, which left communities exposed to the rights abuses. This had precipitated the call for a legally binding international instrument to regulate the activities of TNCs and other business enterprises. According to the UN Human Rights Council, had passed a resolution for the drafting of an international legally binding instrument on TNCs and other business enterprises, which was sponsored by Ecuador and South Africa. The process was continuing under the Intergovernmental Working Group at the UNHCR in Geneva, chaired by Ecuador. It also indicated the process was very highly contested with relentless opposition from the global north, led by the United States of America, the EU bloc, Canada, and Australia. The global south was insistent, citing the defectiveness of the current voluntary framework. Some of the critical components of the binding instrument, which would be of interest to SADC, included the following. 6.4.1, gender justice by building an effective tool for corporate accountability. The binding framework would address various pertinent human rights issues in the extractive sector, including gender justice, by incorporating an African gender perspective and building an effective tool for corporate accountability. This would be critical given that women benefited less from mining and yet bore the greatest cost. Similarly, in agriculture, there were a greater impact on women and gender diverse persons who faced additional threats of sexual harassment, increased job insecurity when pregnant, and lacked support for reproductive roles such as breastfeeding. For that reason, feminists who were in support of the binding treaty had called for mandatory gender and human rights impact assessments to be completed before any proposed development project could proceed. 6.4.2, free, prior, informed consent by affected communities. The binding framework would also entrench the right to free, prior, informed consent of affected communities by seeking to establish a standard where affected communities would participate in the decision-making process. Around the use of their land or other activities that could potentially affect them. In this regard, the treaty would abolish the notion of consultation and make consent the standard, thereby preserving communities' right to say no and putting an end corporate impunity. 6.4.3, climate and environmental justice approach. Framing climate change as a social justice issue was critical, as this acknowledged that the exploitation of fossil fuels had benefited wealthy countries while negatively impacting development countries. The binding treaty that sought to address climate injustice, where those who were least responsible for climate change were suffering in greatest consequences. Climate and environmental justice approach recognized that TNCs had profited from exploiting the environment and had left the burden behind for others to bear, especially women and people living in poverty. A climate justice approach will not only promote clean energy technology solutions, but also seek to dismantle the system that created the climate crisis in the first place. 6.4.1, scope of application, executive jurisdiction. Jurisdiction was often an impediment in holding TNCs accountable for human rights violations that would have taken place through subsidiaries, related companies, or even through the supply chain, currently providing a connection between the country in which the human rights violation would have occurred and the country in which victims would be seeking relief post significant challenges. The binding instrument would shift the focus from the nature of the enterprise to its activities. This would enable jurisdiction provisions to be extended to allow for legal suits to be brought wherever a corporation had an operational presence. 7.0, deliberations and recommendations on what parliamentarians do. What can parliamentarians do? Apologies on that. During the subsequent deliberations, the committee resolved to recommend to the plenary assembly. During the subsequent deliberations, the committee resolved to recommend to the plenary assembly to reaffirm the centrality of parliaments in advancing the concept of business and human rights in the extractive sector in Southern Africa, to ensure that TNCs complied with human rights and environmental laws, and that remedies were available and accessible to the citizens and communities in case of violations. Point number 2, urge SADC national parliamentarians to raise awareness among stakeholders in their respective countries, including the relevant government ministries, regarding the UN binding treaty on business and human rights, and encourage robust participation in the process to ensure that the final outcome would be inclusive, covering all human rights, in order to curb corporate impunity of TNCs. Point number 3, urge parliamentarians to prioritize the strengthening of the oversight function of Parliament by supporting the process for the adoption of the binding treaty, as this would enhance accountability by the government in discharging its legality role and establish effective measures to protect states from corporate capture. Point number 4, call on SADC PF and national parliaments to strengthen the representative role of SADC legislators by amplifying their voices in the ongoing processes towards the adoption of the binding treaty on business and human rights. Binding treaty on business and human rights, leveraging collaboration with partners, including civil society organizations. Point number 5, encourage SADC PF MPs to, in line with the already entrenched model lawmaking approach, consider developing in a participatory manner and adopting model textual provisions for the binding treaty, which serves as a benchmark for negotiations and subsequent domestication at national level. Point number 6, call on SADC national parliaments to curb corporate impunity through strong rulemaking at the national level. Point number 7, urge SADC parliamentarians to support the African Commission on Human and People's Rights resolution on business and human rights in Africa and advocate for its speedy implementation to ensure accountability and access to remedy for business-related human rights violations in Africa, particularly for the marginalized and vulnerable populations. Point number 8, urge SADC parliamentarians to leverage their mandate to advocate for the alignment of regional natural resources governance frameworks with the business and human rights concept, and for the development of national action plans and business and human rights. Finally, the final point was to urge the SADC PF Secretariat to prioritize the training of MPs in business and human rights through collaboration with partners in order to buttress evidence-based approaches in promoting the respect of human rights in the conduct of business within the natural resources sector in the SADC region. 8.0 was closing remarks. In his closing remarks, Honorable Tunduzi Matsewala, the SADC PF treasurer, expressed appreciation for the training which he said had empowered members to understand the importance of mainstreaming human rights in the governance of the natural resources in the SADC region. He reiterated that as the elected representatives of the people, the SADC region, MPs were duly bound to promote the rights-based approach to the extraction and utilization of mineral resources for the benefit economies of member states and the improvement of the lives of the citizens. Honorable Tsewula was unequivocal regarding the untenability of the current paradox where the SADC region was abundantly rich with natural resources, and yet citizens continue to live in extreme poverty and suffer unemployment and extreme inequalities. He therefore urged MPs to embrace the concept of business and human rights by supporting the development of the binding treaty and serving as its champion in their respective countries. He added that the adoption of the legally binding international instrument would go a long way in making corporations accountable for human rights violations and ensure remedy for affected communities. Honorable Matseula expressed appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for ensuring that the committee was exposed to critical emerging issues like business and human rights, which devoted into the committee's ongoing work in strengthening the role of parliaments in promoting and protecting human rights in the SADC region. He also expressed his gratitude to the resource persons for their exposure and called for sustained collaboration between SADC PF and the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association, the Center for Applied Legal Studies with University, the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, the Business and Human Rights Center, and other like-minded organizations. There being no further business, the meeting was adjourned at 17 hours. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Members. Honorable Chair, you have the floor.
Honorable members, do you hear me now?
Honorable Vice Chairperson.
Yes. Do you hear me now? What's happening there?
I can hear him. Upila, are you hearing him?
Yeah. Members, do you hear me?
Loud and clear, Chairman.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Honorable members, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are an accurate record of the meeting. We'll consider the minutes item by item to accommodate any variations in pages across the languages. I invite you, honorable members, to correct or confirm the minutes item by item. Any member who wishes to make corrections? Starting with item 1. Do we hear each other? Honorable members, can we work on the corrections, please?
Sur le rapport encore, hein? Ils sont toujours sur le rapport, oui. Bon, ça va. Moi, je voudrais revenir.
Do we have translation for that? Members?
Chair, we can go, the chair can go through section by section. If members have any inputs, they will indicate and we will alert the chair. So we can proceed section by section.
Can we adjust it earlier?
DRC has a hand up, Chair.
Honorable Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the floor. I wouldn't like to intervene step by step, but I would like to come back to the agenda. I mean, the day's agenda, because we had connection problem as you studied. I wanted to add, with your permission, the Observatory of Elections in general in SADC's region. If this could be taken, I mean, election observatory, as a point to what we are going to discuss. That's my point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, were you able to hear the member from DRC?
Honorable Karush.
It's Kurasha, it's tough, Chair. I wanted to check with the chair, to confirm with the chair if the chair has been able to hear the member from DRC. He is indicating that he wishes for the committee to discuss the issue of election observation. This matter is a matter under matters arising, Chair. May I guide that the matter can be considered when you deal with matters arising from the minutes?
That is correct, Honorable Member. We go item out factory shifts reporting so that we of the items. I see one.
Honorable Chair, as guided by Gracia, it's best that we go point by point. 2.0, matters arising from the members. 3.0, if there are any matters arising for the members, move like that step by step. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable. Honorable Chairperson, are you there?
Right. Are we back now?
Hey.
Yes, Upile, where were
Yes,
we? We're off the line for a couple of seconds.
Uh,
Where are we now?
we were guided that we should go point by point. So we can
Yes.
start from we can start from 2.0 and request
Right.
members if there are any matters arising, and then we go 2.3 until we finish the document. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Honorable members, there we are. 2.0, are there any corrections to make there? Any member who wants to move corrections on item 2.0? If there are any, can we move to 3.0? Any member who wants to move corrections on 3.0? I don't see any. Upile, can we move to 4.0? corrections on 4.0? I don't see any. Can we then move to 5.0? Any honorable member who wants to move a correction on 5.1? 5.1? Can we move to making corrections on 5.2? No correction on 5.2, 5.3? None on 5.3? 6.0? On 6.0, any corrections? Can we then correct, if at all, 6.1? No corrections on 6.1. 6.2? Corrections on 6.2? Six point three. Six point four. And 6.4.1 corrections. Then let's move to 6.4.2. Six point 4.3. Six point 4.4. And let's now deal with 7.0. All of the recommendations there. Item Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3, 4 and 5. No corrections. The next set is Roman 6, Roman 7, and Roman 8. No corrections. All right, item 8. The closing remarks there. Any corrections? On paragraph 2 of 8.0, I think the name of Honorable Matsebula there is misspelled. A is missing between M and T. All right. Otherwise, let's move on.
Noted, Honorable Chair.
That has been noted.
Honorable Vice Chair.
Yes, Opile? Hello?
It has been noted, Honorable Vice Chair.
It has been noted. Okay, all right. All right. Is that the last item? Just move on. That concludes the minutes. Honorable members. Would any honorable member move the adoption of the minutes subject to the one correction that was picked up? Who moves the adoption of the minutes? Honorable members, any mover for the adoption of the minutes? May we have an honorable member who would move the adoption of the minutes?
Honorable Chair, I propose the adoption of the minutes.
Adoption is proposed. Any seconder? Is there another member who would second the adoption of the minutes?
Mr. Chairman, can I propose to second the minutes?
Thank you very much, honorable member. The minutes are duly adopted. Honorable members, are there any matters arising from the minutes? We shall consider matters arising item by item. Committee Secretary, may I request you to, yes, scroll to the beginning so that honorable members can then raise matters arising item by item. Can you scroll to item 2.0? Committee Secretary, should you scroll to item 2.0?
I'm there, Honorable Chair.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Honorable members, any matter arising from 2.0? There be none. Matters arising from 3.0. Well, by the committee chair. If none, shall from 4. If there aren't any, 5.0, matters arising from the meeting, the previous meeting. And there is 5.1. Any matters arising from that item?
Chair, through you, just to confirm that your chairing of this meeting confirms that 5.1 has been taken care of.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. 5.2. Any matter arising from 5.2?
On 5.2, Chair, honourable members will have by now received communication from the SG's office through the clerks and secretaries general of parliament, inviting all members to attend a joint regional workshop between SADC PF and International IDEA on parliaments and human rights, which will take place on 8 and 9 November in Malawi, as an opportunity to raise awareness and seek to domesticate the knowledge tool. The message would be to encourage members to make sure that they confirm their participation in good time. And there's also been a request for them to be sufficiently prepared to share the country experiences. This has been specified in the invitation letter. Thank you, Chair. Pile is the chair.
Honorable Chair. Yeah. Honorable Chair. Honorable Vice Chairperson, are you there? We're on matters arising 5.3.
The chair is muted. The chair is muted, but he's giving feedback.
We're muted, but it looks like we still can't get through the audio.
All right. Honorable members, apologies, the chair is having difficulties, technical difficulties to join the meeting. Please bear with us.
There we are back. We are back, Committee Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We're on matters arising point number 5.3.
Yes, indeed. Matters arising, honorable members, on 5.3.
Pile, you may wish to request Madam SG on 5.3.
Yes, there's a request there for the Honorable SG to comment on that item.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning, honorable members. This is a very important item which sits squarely on the responsibility of this committee, which, however, has not been able to take off as resolved by the plenary assembly. And this has been happening over several years now. We comply with the resolution of the committee, recommendation of the committee to the plenary assembly. The plenary assembly then directs the secretariat to engage with countries or member parliaments in ensuring that we're able to at least field an election observation mission. However, the responses that we're getting from countries are that there are no resources. In the past two elections for Zimbabwe and Eswatini, we only had one country submit that they would like to participate in the election and actually paid for the participation in those elections. We then later had South Africa wanting to join onto the Zimbabwe elections. But at that time, it was too late because there are processes that we need to engage with before an election observation mission goes out. Secondly, it goes back to what really constitutes a legitimate election observation mission. Is it one country? Is it two countries? And these are issues that we're grappling with. Where we sit as a secretariat, we realized that when we had the Committee of Clerks meeting, there were questions around what needs to be paid for and what should not be paid for by member parliaments. But unfortunately, the figures that we give to parliaments are what would allow us to actually carry out an election observation mission. Just a reminder to say that, the election observation missions really rest in how we are going to be domesticating or doing well with our model law on elections. And this really brings to the fore whether or not what we observe, what is happening in our countries, really rests on democracy as a system that we've all, subscribed to as most of our countries. We also need to be able to use our model law on elections to look at whether these elections are legitimate, whether this competition really comes up with political power that is legitimate, where the laws of the country have been followed. And if we don't do this, we may find ourselves contributing to not monitoring or having a voice as parliamentarians in the political life of most of our members. And I'm not sure that this is something that we really want. However, as a secretariat, we appreciate the feedback that we've gotten that there are no resources that can be contributed for this election observation. I'm not sure what else we can discuss and what type of resolution can be made. I think these resolutions have been made. The Secretariat has followed through, but we are not really getting the right traction because of lack of resources. I'll stop here, Chair, in case there are any questions that may arise out of this contribution.
Thank you very much indeed. Honorable members, I don't know whether you want to engage the report by the Honorable Secretary General. Anyone who would want to make observations? Yes, the Honorable Member, please go ahead. Is that I don't see on my screen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think talking about 5.3, what has been said by Honorable who took the floor so far is so important that I would like also to add something more to that. As far as my country, DRC Congo, is concerned, I can't understand that we are just, creating good orientations, but when you come to the ground, nothing is being respected as such. that's why I said maybe on the agenda as we started, I wanted to attract your attention on coming back to an observatory and not observation. I mean observatory, so that people who doesn't respect the rules should be punished as in all other organizations. So as far as DRC is concerned, I'm almost sure that the election to take place in December, if all the rules, constitutional rules, are not respected, let's have in mind that we're going straight to put fire on the country. So SADC should really have, what shall I say, a strategy to oblige all its members to respect the rules, the way they are taking part to SADC financial participation, even on democracy and the observation of election, they should, and take measures so that if ever someone doesn't respect the rules, he has to be punished. Absolutely. So simply to mean in 2 words, this topic 5.3, it sounds to me like broadcast attention to say something is going to happen in countries and we'll be complaining on it later if we don't respect the rules that we all created. We have to respect absolutely. And what is going to happen in DRC Congo, believe me or not, I have the impression that we're going straight to a catastrophe, a chaos, because we don't agree on how things are going to be done together. It sounds like pushing people by forcing everything. And this, we can't allow SADC members. As we know that some other members have been doing very good job. They are organizing free and fair elections, but we don't think as opposition members of the parliament that the election to take place in December in this country will give a positive result. Therefore, I think prevention is much better as far as this observatory election is concerned. We should prevent all the chaos in this country. We are going straight to that, in my point of view. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for your contributions. I have taken note of the Honourable Member from South Africa who has put up his hand. You have the floor, Honourable Member. South Africa.
Chair, thank you very much. Just to say that a few times I've been on record to say that we've basically, if we cannot afford to send people to go to an election mission, we must still be able to have some type of, even if it is a Zoom meeting, we can still have presentations by the stakeholders that are involved in elections. I still go back to the Zambian election. I think one of the most successful election observer missions I've ever been involved with had to do with the Zambian election, because there we were able to have personal one-on-one time in terms of interrogating. We had the parties, we had the electoral commission, we had the media officers, we had the police, we had the army, and we had quality time in which we could interrogate the preparedness, we could ask them the important questions. And this was done in a forum which I think we were afforded that I don't believe any other mission would have been afforded. So I do believe that we don't need to spend lots of money to get an important result. And I also say election missions don't always start a few weeks before the elections. Election observer missions start months before. As my colleague from the DRC says, they're going into an important election and they're looking for people to ensure that their free and fair election starts months before, in terms of everyone agreeing to what the the terms of reference will be, or the standard code of conduct will be before they get to the polls, not during the polls or after the polls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for your contribution. Do I see another hand? I suspect it's also Zambia. Honourable Member from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, SG and our Secretariat for the wonderful presentations. My line of thought has been taken by the Honourable Member from South Africa, because this is what we had discussed when we were in South Africa. He made that recommendation, which we all agreed to, that in a moment, if resources cannot allow, if we're not able to have a physical election observation mission, we should ensure that at least we have got a Zoom observation mission, because we'll be able to monitor the happenings in a member state. Because, Mr. Chairman, you are aware that election observation must be taken as a pillar, as a SADC PF, because it helps SADC countries to take notes and keep records on how each member state behaves towards elections, and it's able to give us a feel to say in this kind of republic, in this nation, the elections were conducted in this way. However, allow me to also state that while we are eager to ensure that every election which takes place in SADC country, we, the committee, are supposed to take part fully in ensuring that we observe these elections physically. Now, it appears that maybe there's a problem to do with the budget for the Secretariat, where our member parliaments are told to make those contributions. So I would propose that maybe this issue must be handled as a national issue than being left to member parliaments to generate funds, because every parliament in our SADC countries, they work with the treasury budgets. When they present their budget, they are given the budget to run parliaments. Maybe it would be an issue for member parliaments also to include another budget for SADC PF on election observation. However, if Secretariat can take up this matter with our executives to ensure that whenever there's an election observation by any SADC state, they should take into account that the SADC PF committee member of this committee must be taken along, because we play a very important role, and it will not be good before this committee to hear Secretariat not finding ways on how this committee should function. So it is the duty of our Secretariat to engage member parliaments, to engage the executives, to ensure that wherever there's an election, we need to observe those elections, because if we don't do, we'll be hearing stories to say this is what happened, this is what happens, when in fact it's not. And these small issues lead to confrontations here in Africa. You find an opposition political party did not campaign, the political party is not popular in that country, but just because they want to create a name out of nothing, they would claim victory. And the SADC members would think that opposition political party is right. So if we are right on the ground, I recall when we were in the Republic of Angola, we went in the interior of Angola and we were able to see for ourselves what was happening. And where we went, we could not see the other SADC members perhaps their concentration was in urban areas or maybe in the capital city. But SADC PF was able to find itself in all the interior parts of Angola. So it is very important that Secretariat takes up this matter with the executives of each member state in SADC countries to ensure and to make them know that in your country, you have got these members of the DG which are supposed to take part in election observation mission, so that the budget for SADC PF must not be maybe only attached to member parliaments, but the budget must be given to the executive so that they are aware of what we are supposed to do. Allow me to make that submission. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Quite obviously, this is a very important matter. And what essentially you are saying is that while you agree with the proposal from South Africa that perhaps meetings can be held by Zoom, but you are also urging the Secretariat to take up this matter with the regional parliaments to ensure that the resources are provided so that people can have an on-the-ground observation of the elections. I think they're very, very important contributions indeed. Honourable members, are we able to move to—
If I may, Chairperson?
Yes, Madam Secretary General.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson. And let me thank the honourable members for making the contributions. One, resolving this matter by giving us an alternative of a Zoom call or of a Zoom link to do the same work. We will endeavour to pursue that, but also to indicate that that comes also with a budget. Translation costs, resource persons on the ground, and many other issues, which I think also should not be overlooked in this instance. Now, as a SADC Parliamentary Forum, we strongly believe that members of parliament should be in the forefront of election observation. And I believe that we've done what we can to approach all the donors that are working on elections and that have funded the SADC Parliamentary Forum in the past. And they've made it very clear that they've moved away from funding election observation. We continue to approach them, and that is why the resolution was made that it must go back to member parliaments to see that they can budget for it. There was an option that was given to say that as part of paying member contributions, let us build in a component for election observation. That was since rejected because the budget was bloating for countries and they could not take it on. Now, approaching the executive, I think that will be outside the mandate of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. This is something that member parliaments themselves can begin to do and see how they allocate resources from their budget to contribute to this election observation. I'm saying this because in the process currently of the agreement amending the treaty, where we're looking at the protocol, that discussion is going on in terms of who should be observing elections. And therefore, if resources are going to be a constraint, this particular function will clearly be taken away from parliaments because the executive don't have a problem of resources in this regard. And you're all aware, honorable members, that even in the elections that have been observed, whether it's Zimbabwe or Eswatini, there were members of parliament which were co-opted by the executive to join the SADC team to observe elections. So it is not to say that there are no members of parliament who are observing, but it is because we as this committee and this parliamentary forum believe that we are the representatives of the people. We need to make sure that the great majority of the people have some real hope that their lives will get better through the ballot. And we also have to we see this as politics of a positive sum game. And we don't want ultimately to be getting reports that negate the value of elections or that negate the hope of people. And that is why we see danger in us not resolving this whole issue of being clear around our voice around issues of elections. And therefore, we will endeavor to look at various ways of observing elections, either through Zoom. And I hope that members of parliament will also be in attendance throughout the session to make sure that it is something that has value for those who invite to come through to observe, to give us information through Zoom, among others. So honorable members, this matter for the Secretariat, we've really exhausted all avenues. We are relying on the resolution that you took to say member parliaments should, but it has been made clear to us that post-COVID, countries don't have resources. And if we have to weigh going forward as the forum, where the money should come from, we are grappling with issues around staff. As you can see currently, I've been serviced by staff who were just pulled from parliaments to assist us because we are really understaffed. So if we have to weigh the priorities of the organization in terms of what should come first, it is something that we need to look at broadly and not just necessarily around the outcomes of elections or ensuring that we popularize the model law, among others. But we are not sitting. We are also looking at programs that can contribute to us being able to review what has been given to our member states and make contributions in that regard. I hope that makes sense, Honorable Chair. I didn't want to have a resolution that says the Secretariat is going to approach the executive. Is way beyond us at this rate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Secretary General. I think your clarifications are appreciated and noted. Thank you very much. Shall we now, honorable members, move to matters arising on item 6.0? Any comments to make there? Matters arising?
Chair, if I may, just to indicate to the Honorable Chair and members that we are in discussion with the partners that participated or provided the capacity building training to look at operationalizing the resolutions that came from the meeting, in particular, further capacity building of members and also linking the committee to the global negotiations for a binding instrument. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Shall we, Committee Secretary, can you scroll up?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I had the hand. I was trying to say that perhaps as we meet in Malawi as a committee, maybe Secretariat can be able to reserve maybe an hour or so that we can have a physical discussion regarding the subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that is noted.
Chair, if I may seek your guidance in terms of clarification from the member, which matter is he proposing to be discussed in Malawi?
Election observation.
Yeah, he's gone back to elections observations. And he's proposing that at least 1 hour be reserved for engaging that issue further in the meeting in Malawi.
We will try to liaise with the other partners to see how we can accommodate the request.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. That is noted. That is noted. We're proceeding on to item 6.1. 6.1, matters arising. I'm assuming that the hands that I see up there from the Secretary General were raised much earlier. Am I right?
Indeed, Chair, my sincere apologies.
Yeah, all right, all right. Any matter rising on 6.2? 6.2.
There are no hands, Chair.
Thank you very much. 6.3.
There are no hands, Chair.
6.4. On 6.4.
There are no hands, Chair.
6.4.1.
No hands.
6.4.2 and 6.4.3. 6.4.4. On 7.0, deliberations and recommendations. All of those items from Roman 1 to Roman 8. Any matters arising? And then there's closing remarks at 8.0. I believe there are none. My sense, honorable members, is that we have come to the conclusion of this first part of the committee meeting. And having concluded the business, we shall come back from a short break. We're supposed to come back at 11. Is there an intervention?
Honorable Chair,
Yes, sir.
you may wish to ask the committee members that they select a member that will lead the proceedings in the afternoon in your place.
Oh, thank you very much indeed.
In accordance to Rule 39 of our Rules and Procedure.
Indeed.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable members, I regret to say that this afternoon there is very important proceedings that are happening in the Parliament of Lesotho, and I necessarily have to be part of the proceedings. And therefore it means I will not be available to chair the afternoon sessions. May I then request, in terms of Rule 39, that you designate one of your number to chair the afternoon sessions of these proceedings. May I? There's a hand from Uganda. Is that, sorry, from Zambia, sorry. Honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to propose the honorable member from South Africa to sit in your chair.
Okay. Honorable member from South Africa has been proposed. Is there a seconder? A seconder for the honorable member from South Africa as proposed?
I second, Chair. Honorable Chair, I second.
Malawi has seconded, and therefore the honorable member from South Africa will take over to steward the meeting in the afternoon.
Apologies, Chair.
Hello.
Chair, whilst I'm very honored and humbled by the nomination, I don't think I'm going to be in and out of this meeting this afternoon. I'd like to throw the nomination back to my honorable colleague from Zambia and nominate him to chair the session, if I may.
The honorable member is excusing himself for the afternoon and is proposing the honorable member from Zambia. And is there a seconder to the honorable member from Zambia stewarding the meeting in the afternoon? Any seconder?
Chair, let the honorable member from Zambia sit in your place this afternoon. I second.
Honorable member of Zambia, you have been nominated and it has been seconded. And I hope you graciously do accept to chair the meeting in the afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm hoping you're not going to throw it back to someone else, like our
No,
colleague
Mr.
from some.
No, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. We appreciate it. All right, honorable members, on that note, we shall have a short break.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Opile?
Allow me to come in.
Yes.
Probably looking at the time, if we could transition to the public hearing with your permission, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Yeah, so we transition almost immediately.
To the public hearing.
Yes.
With your permission, Honorable Chair.
Yes, we transition immediately without a break.
Indeed, Chair, time has been our enemy in this regard.
Okay.
The citizens have already joined us, and
right.
with the time having been indicated as 11 hours, Chair.
All right.
With your indulgence.
Now that is accepted. It's all right. So we shall now move to the public hearings session, honorable members. Committee Secretary, would you then proceed to make announcements with housekeeping issues?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. Through you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, who is chairing this meeting today, Honorable Professor Nkosa Mahao. Members of the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, parliamentarians from SADC-PF National Parliament, Her Excellency Ms. Poem Skekoma, SADC-PF Secretary General, SADC citizens from across the region, representative of civil society organizations, representatives from partner organizations, SADC-PF secretary staff and staff of SADC national parliaments, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to welcome you to this public hearing session by the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, which is being held virtually on Zoom platform. I wish to make the following housekeeping announcement before the commencement of the public hearing. Point number 1, keeping microphone on mute. All participants are requested to keep their microphones on mute unless given the floor to speak by the moderator. Point number 2, interpretation. This meeting is available in 3 official languages of SADC-PF, namely English, French, and Portuguese. On the Zoom interpretation icon, please select your preferred language and click mute original audio. Point number 3, recording of the meeting. This meeting is being recorded as part of the journals of Standing Committee in line with the rules of procedure. Point number 4, raising of hand. Anyone who wishes to speak is requested to click the raise hand icon. Point number 5, communicating with the chair. For any communication with the vice chairperson or moderator, please use the chat inbox. Point number 6, meeting etiquette. For those participants on video, make sure your camera is properly set as the meeting is being live streamed. The last housekeeping announcement is on writing of names and organizations. All participants are requested to write their names in full. Those that are representing organizations should write the names of their organizations, and those attending in their individual capacity should write their names and their country. With these few announcements, I now invite the moderator to take over the moderation for the meeting. Ms. Momasela Lamosela, you have the floor.
Thank you. I am deeply delighted and honored to be your moderator for the public hearing proceedings of the DGHR committee. I extend my deepest gratitude to all the citizens who have positively responded to the invitation by SADC PF, both through their written submissions and by participating in the public hearing session. At this moment, I would like to invite the chairperson of the DGHR committee, Honorable Professor Nkusaluta Mahau, to address the audience and introduce the committee members to our esteemed citizens. Honorable Professor Lutankusa Mahau, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I'm deeply honored in my capacity as the chairperson to extend a warm welcome to SADC citizens on this very important occasion of the 2023 public hearing session for the Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights Committee. Before I deliver my remarks, I would like to invite the committee members to introduce themselves to the citizens. Over to you, committee members, please introduce yourselves.
Honorable member from Botswana.
I now invite the committee members to introduce themselves. Honorable Member Lesotho. Honorable Member Botswana.
My name is Nkusa Mahau, representing the Parliament of Lesotho.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Botswana. It's not there. Honorable Member DRC. Honorable Member Madagascar. Honorable Member Malawi.
I am Leonard Marwanda, a member of National Parliament of Malawi. Thank you.
Honorable Member Malawi.
That's him.
He's the one
Yes,
who
please.
is just introduced.
Just introduce himself now.
Sorry. Honorable Member Mauritius. Honorable Member Namibia. Honorable Member Seychelles. Honorable Member South Africa.
Good morning. My name is Darren Bergman, representing South Africa. Thank you.
Honorable Member Tanzania. Honorable Member Zambia.
Good morning. My name's Victor Lumai, representing the Parliament of Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you. There are apologies from honorable members from Angola, Mozambique. Israel team members are yet to be constituted, and Zimbabwe too. I now invite the chairperson to deliver his opening remarks. The floor is yours, Honorable Professor Nkusamaha.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Allow me to deliver my brief remarks as we start our session. Distinguished members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, parliamentarians from SADC national parliaments, Her Excellency Ms. Buemo Sekoma, SADC PF Secretary General, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives from partner organizations, SADC PF Secretariat staff, and staff of SADC national parliaments, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great honor and pleasure to give my official opening remarks. Without wasting much time, allow me to welcome you to today's public hearings, which are being held under the theme, Amplifying Citizens' Voices in Regional Integration in Southern Africa, Bridging the Engagement Gap by Bringing Parliament to the People. I wish to urge us all to take keen interest in the submissions, because the architects of the public hearings have a vision of broadening our knowledge on how conflicts can be prevented and resolved through the provision of a peaceful and organized platform for the citizenry to voice their concerns and grievances. How to foster inclusivity in governance by ensuring that the voices of a diverse range of stakeholders, including marginalized and underrepresented groups, are heard and considered in regional processes. The need to enhance security and prevent conflict cannot be overemphasized. We have all seen how the Russia-Ukraine conflict has caused a significant downturn in the global economy, with growth dropping from a 6.3% in 2021 to 3.4% in 2022. It is therefore crucial that parliamentarians engage in discussions like these to acquire necessary knowledge for the development of policies that would make economies of SADC member states resilient. Distinguished participants, you may have noted from the consolidated program for the public hearing today that we are expected to receive the submissions on the following topics. 1, what steps can parliaments take to support the implementation of the SADC regional counterterrorism strategies. 2, how can SADC member states collectively address terrorism and violent extremism and promote regional stability, and what strategies should be employed to prevent radicalization and promote regional stability. Finally, and thirdly, what measures and policies can be implemented to protect and include persons with albinism, combat discrimination and violence against them. Information acquired from these topics will expose us to various issues that we encounter as we discharge our duties of serving committees. I've also noted that the topics will be delivered by experts in the mentioned areas. I am therefore hopeful that we will find the submissions to be of immense benefit. Allow me to urge the resource persons to make reference to the importance of member states adhering to model laws and reference instruments developed by SADC PF when delivering their submissions. As the implementation of these resources serve as valuable tools to guide member states in the process of incorporating regional and international commitments into their national legal frameworks. We cannot continue with the tendency of running our governments as usual. We all know bad practices that are stripping our countries of their former glory. This is why we all need to discuss and identify barriers to progress and formulate actionable strategies to expedite the domestication and effective implementation of model laws and regional commitments. Finally, let me reiterate my earlier call that we need to participate, probe, and ask questions on the presentations, especially where we seem not to understand and share experiences that we can learn from each other. Ultimately, come up with resolutions that would improve governance in our member states. With this, a few remarks, I now declare our meeting of public hearings officially opened. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for your opening remarks, which have set the tone for our public hearing session. As we begin our session, I would like to direct everyone's attention to our agenda and provide some guidance to our citizens on the following points. A, citizens making submissions should start by introducing themselves and mentioning the organization they represent. If they are presenting in their personal capacity, please indicate that as well. B, submissions should be limited to a duration of 10 to a maximum of 12 minutes. C, after the conclusion of the public hearing session, the committee will, in accordance with the SADC PF rules of procedure, compile its report containing recommendations for submission to the plenary assembly. I'm now going to deliver to you the agenda regarding the proceedings for Standing Committee on Democratization and Human Rights, DGHR, and also the presenters. The thematic issues of focus to be discussed. One, how can regional initiatives and policies better support women's active and meaningful participation in peace and security? And what specific measures are needed to ensure their protection and inclusion in conflict resolution? What regional initiatives and collaborative efforts can enhance peace and security in SADC region, given recent developments and emerging threats? 3, what steps can parliaments take to support the implementation of the SADC regional counter-terrorism strategy? Should be employed to prevent radicalization and promote regional stability. 5, what measures and policies can be implemented to protect and include persons with albinism, combat discrimination and violence against them? 6, what steps are needed to strengthen democratic institutions? What steps are needed to strengthen democratic institutions, promote the rule, and ensure transparency and accountability? 7, how can member states expedite the domestication and implementation of the SADC model law on elections for inclusive and credible electoral processes and outcomes? 8, how can intrastate conflicts be prevented and resolved? And what measures can be taken to strengthen regional mechanisms for peaceful dispute resolution? 9, what strategies can be undertaken to promote human rights, and how can SADC countries collaborate to uphold these rights? 10, how can COS play a more active and constructive role in advancing democracy, human rights, and good governance within the SADC region? And now I move on to deliver to you the presenters and the time slots. From 1100 hours to 11:15, Chairperson of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, Honorable Professor Nkusa Lutamaha, will deliver welcome remarks. From 11:15 to 11:30, Puseletso Morapedi, Director Platform to Protect Whistleblowers in Africa, Southern Africa, will present on the role of Parliament in addressing gaps in whistleblower protection in South Africa, a key tool in curbing corruption. From 11:15 to 11:30, Professor Thompson Tekweta, expert in the field of AI and autonomous weapon systems, AWS, in the African context. Africa lead and spokesperson of the campaign to stop killer robots and principal investigator of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Study on the human rights implications of AL in Africa,
Madam Moderator, if you do allow me, I'm very sorry. I'm back into sick leave to leave immediately. I'm being summoned rather urgently. And that means at the right time, my colleague from Zambia will then steer the meetings as the chairman of the meeting. With your permission, shall I be granted leave to leave? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. You can leave. I'm now continuing to give you the presenters of today. I said Professor Thompson Chengweda will present on the implications of artificial intelligence, AL, in the military domain, with emphasis on autonomous weapon systems, AWs, in the African context. From 11:30 to 11:45, Tamerlane Bolas, Regional Legal Advisor, International Committee of the Red Cross, will present on what steps can parliaments take to support the implementation of the SADC regional counter-terrorism strategy. From 11:45 to 12, Maxwell Mapopa Mvula from Center of Human Rights and Rehabilitation in Malawi will present on promoting democracy and human rights in Malawi. From 1200 hours to 12:15, Edwick Maximo from Zimbabwe will present on how can regional initiatives and policies better support women's active and meaningful participation in peace and security. What specific measures are needed to ensure their protection and inclusion in conflict resolution? From 12:15 to 12:30, Namadama MP Sagabilo, Gender Advisor SADC Mission in Mozambique, will present on gender dimensions on conflict in Cabo Delgado province of Mozambique. From 12:30 to 12:45, Matthews Kajani, a young leader from Malawi, will present on meaningful youth participation in electoral processes in Malawi. Then 12:45 to 14 hours will be break for lunch. Honorable members, since we have received the submissions, I now invite honorable members who wish to deliberate on submissions to do so. I will give each member 3 minutes. The floor is yours, honorable members who wish to speak. The floor is yours, honorable members who wish to speak.
Moderator, are you not supposed to be inviting the person from SADC to give a sector update?
Karen, please.
Mr. Mnyuki, are you in the meeting?
I'm now inviting honorable members who wish to deliberate on the submissions to do so. And I said, I'll give each member 3 minutes.
The moderator, we haven't received any submissions. We must be opening for the citizens to make submissions, starting with the representative of the SADC Secretariat.
Admin, kindly mute those who are not taking the floor.
Moderator and honorable members, just to advise that the colleague from SADC Secretariat is currently in DRC. So he had mistakenly thought that we are at 10 o'clock. So he's logging in and he will make a presentation. And this will then be followed by the submissions by the citizens based on the final program which Madam Moderator has. So Mr. Elijah Mnyuki from the SADC Secretariat is logging in and will make a submission. Apologies for that.
Thank you very much. I invite the sector update by the SADC PF.
Mr. Mnyuki is logging in and we should be available in a moment, moderator. You will announce as soon as he's in the meeting. Hello, Mr. Mnyuki. I see you in the meeting. Just to confirm you are in.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My apologies. I'm now in.
Thanks very much. Chair, moderator, you may take over and invite the colleague from SADC Secretariat to deliver the sector update. You may proceed, Mr. Mnyuki.
Thank you very much. I'll proceed to make the presentation, which I believe that the colleagues at SADC PF have and maybe will be able to distribute later after I have delivered the presentation. Thank you. Good morning. My task is to deliver a short brief on the promotion of a greater citizen participation in general elections and the obstacles thereto, in the sense of trying to achieve a higher voter turnout during these general elections. As I said, my presentation is available and the colleagues at SADC PF will be able to communicate with all stakeholders with respect to accessing that presentation. So firstly, in terms of the topic, we thought that it might be useful to start by defining what exactly we mean by greater citizen participation in general elections. And from our perspective, as SADC, the Secretariat does facilitate quite a lot of work with respect to the consolidation of democracy in the region on the basis of a specific set of guidelines. And we will tackle the question from the basis of those guidelines. The question of how to promote greater citizen participation in general elections and how to a higher voter turnout goes to the core of how we as SADC people define and practice democracy. All our national constitutions make provisions for what ultimately are indicators for democracy. However, the collective regional standards and norms specifically define this concept as follows. I quote, a system of government based on the respect of the rule of law, in which all citizens of a state enjoy fundamental human rights and freedoms and are fully involved in decision-making processes about affairs affecting their welfare, typically by electing their representatives at all levels of government under a free and inclusive electoral system. I close quote. And that comes from the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, which is the primary tool for which SADC as a region depends on in terms of assisting its member states to achieve cohesion, coherence in democratic practices. So to go on, in practice, there is a legitimate expectation that citizens will turn out for competitive, periodic, inclusive, regular elections in which persons to hold office at all levels of government are elected through the secret ballot by citizens who broadly enjoy fundamental human rights. Again, this is taken from the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. And in the handout to be given later on, these references will be to proceed, it is the responsibility of member states and independent electoral management bodies to ensure that the appropriate environment, procedures, resources, and logistics are in place to enable citizens to exercise those fundamental human rights and freedoms associated with democratic elections. And for emphasis, effectively, this means enabling all eligible citizens to participate in a democratic electoral process and to turn out to vote in democratic elections, and not just to turn out to vote for elections which are held for election's sake. And our reference there is, I draw you to paragraph 519 of the SADC Principles and Guidelines, which states that member states are supposed to guarantee and ensure a political environment that is conducive to the conduct of democratic elections. Now, just to proceed, I'm hearing a bit of an echo, moderator.
Admin, kindly mute those who are not taking the floor. I see Fabian, kindly mute your microphone. You may proceed, sir. Thank you. Apologies.
Thank you. Just to proceed, my apologies for that. The implementation of this guarantee is a common commitment made by all SADC member states, and the primary mechanism by which this commitment is assessed in practice is the SADC Electoral Observation Mission, which I will refer to as SEOM as we proceed. The SEOM uses a systematic and objective methodology for observing elections in SADC member states, with the objective of enhancing democratic elections by making recommendations to address specific gaps and challenges. Now, you may want to ask what happens where those gaps and challenges have been identified, so what? And the response to that is under section 4.2 of the SADC Principles and Guidelines, which states as follows. The chairperson of the organ shall bring to the attention of the SADC Summit any shortcomings in the application of these SADC Principles and Guidelines governing democratic elections for the appropriate decision in accordance with the provisions of the SADC Treaty. So where there are shortcomings of a serious nature, SADC does have the mandate to facilitate the resolution of those shortcomings in terms of section 4.2 of the Principles and Guidelines. Now, to go into the substance of this presentation, which is basically what measures do we have as a region to promote greater citizen participation in elections, as well as to remove obstacles to lower voter turnout during elections. Just to start by mentioning that the concept of citizen participation is at the core of the regional electoral standards. Of the 13 principles on the conduct of democratic elections, more than 6 of them address the issue of citizen participation. And the twin concepts of participation and inclusion appear 19 times in the guidelines. And this is not to be taken lightly, as it is an indicator of the high ideals which the region continues to build upon. I will just go on now to summarize the principles on full participation of citizens in democratic elections, the status of their implementation, and whether there are any gaps and challenges, as well as any best practices that we can learn. We'll start with section 411 of the SADC Principles and Guidelines, which encourages the full participation of all citizens in democratic and development processes. Now, in terms of the status quo, it is important just to note that all SADC members signed up and adopted the SADC Principles and Guidelines governing democratic elections, which have been operational since 2004. And section 411, which I've just read for you as the first principle, merely amplifies the following commitments that were made by SADC member states under the founding document for SADC, which is the treaty establishing SADC. And of these issues, I will highlight only 4, starting with Article 4, paragraph C, which commits member states to act in accordance with human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Article 5.1, paragraph B, which commits member states to promote common political values, systems, and other shared values which are transmitted through institutions which are democratic, legitimate, and effective. And Article 5(1), paragraph C, which commits member states to consolidate, defend, and maintain democracy, peace, security, and stability. It is important to note that membership to SADC shall not be subject to any reservation, i.e., it's not possible for any member state or somebody who aspires to be a member state of SADC to opt out of certain of these commitments. And the reference there is Article 8, sub-Article 5 of the SADC Treaty. Now, to go into the specifics of the principles and where we are and where we can be, it's important to note that there is a commitment that all member states must ensure that all citizens enjoy fundamental freedoms and human rights, including the freedom of association, assembly, and expression. This is the principle to be found under Section 412 of the guidelines. In terms of the status quo, it is important to note that all SADC member states do have anti-discrimination provisions in their constitutions and relevant electoral legislation. In other words, you will not find a SADC member state whose constitution or whose law says a person from X tribe or X gender or X belief in terms of religion cannot be allowed to participate in politics or to stand as a candidate. We have a convergence in all the constitutions that there isn't a specific discriminatory provision. In other words, there is the opposite. And secondly, there are some constitutions that actually have positive discrimination or affirmative action type of provisions that are aimed at enhancing the participation and inclusion of what I would put in quotation marks as minorities in political and socio-economic processes. One example actually uses a specific population baseline as a method for allocating some seats in parliament. You will notice as I proceed that we do not mention specific member states, as this is not an exercise in shaming or naming or highlighting the specifics of a member state, but we are discussing the broader context of the participation of citizens, where we are picking challenges, identifying gaps, and also the best practices. Further, in one political member state, political parties are not recognized for purposes of fielding candidates in elections. However, the CIOM has made recommendations previously for this restriction to be reconsidered in line with the regional norms. And we believe that for that specific member state, the message was sent and is being considered in the context of a national dialogue. One member state previously did not permit independent candidates at national level elections. Recommendations were made by SADC for the member state to reconsider this restriction, which has since been removed. Also, notably, it was removed also following domestic litigation, and in which the constitutional court of that member state did find that that restriction was unconstitutional, and the court actually held along with the SADC thinking. And it is also important to note that when we are discussing all the freedoms that fall under the relevant principle, from a law and order perspective, and in some member states, and I emphasize in some member states, the role of the police in regulating the freedom of assembly remains contested, as some opposition political parties allege bias in police decisions. These are all ongoing conversations that the CIOM picks, and recommendations are made to address certain gaps and challenges. Now, to move to the next relevant principle in terms of greater participation, member states are required to promote necessary conditions to foster transparency, freedom of the media, access to information by all citizens, and equal opportunities for all candidates and political parties to use the state media. In terms of the status quo, where we are going, it is important to note that access to credible and impartial information can enhance broader political participation in the electoral processes of all our member states. The opposite can also happen when citizens lack access to relevant, credible, and impartial information regarding the election processes. Secondly, all member states have one form or another of public broadcasters and state-owned media aimed at providing essential socioeconomic information. And invariably, there are requirements regarding equitable and impartial coverage of competing political events and messages during elections. However, standards vary across the region, as some state-owned media are professional and impartial, and others are partial towards incumbents during elections. In this respect, the CIOM continues to provide recommendations to enable regional convergence in this regard, and in line with the aspirations of Section 416 of the guidelines, which I've just quoted. And point number 4, apart from the above challenge, social media and the internet in general provide the serious challenges of disinformation, misinformation, fake news during election periods. Apart from the benefits that the information communication technologies provide for general human development and knowledge, the abuse of ICTs has a negative effect on the quality of and extent of citizen participation in general elections. There is a notable increase in the use of ICTs for the production and distribution of fake news and abuse of social media by political parties, candidates, and their supporters for electoral purposes. And I might as well add that this abuse of misinformation and disinformation is not only arising from within our member states, it's also arising from outside our member states, and sometimes outside the continent itself. The abuse of this freedom negates the spirit of the principles and guidelines, which under paragraph 13(2)(6) envisage the existence of codes of conduct governing all political parties and candidates. However, where such codes exist, they are silent on the abuse of ICTs, especially social media, for electoral advantage, or they are seldom enforced. Electoral management bodies of a few member states have made efforts at using ICTs to counter the use, their abuse for electoral misinformation and disinformation. To this effect, there are quite a few examples in the SADC region where independent electoral commissions have taken proactive measures to try and mitigate the effects of the abuse of social media and the internet during the election periods. But we are lagging quite far in this respect because the standards are not the same across board, and most of our countries or member states are still vulnerable to this particular abuse of information. So to this end, the SADC summit took this matter quite seriously, and in 2020, a decision was taken by the SADC summit to urge all member states to take proactive measures to mitigate the impact of fake news and the abuse of social media in electoral processes. This is all ongoing work, and I'm sure you would appreciate, all of us would appreciate, that we are not the only region, or our member states are not the only countries in the world that are grappling with the benefits and the abuses of developments across the ICT's front. To move to the next principle, which is relevant to our discussion, I will cite Principle 417, which commits member states to guarantee an environment of open contest with no undue exclusion and restrictions on anyone to vote, as well as the right of eligible and qualified citizens to stand as candidates in any election. In terms of the implementation of this principle, we are at a scenario where all SADC member states subscribe and implement the principle of universal adult suffrage. Number 2, all member states provide for the procedures and requirements for voter registration. In terms of this, the status quo, in some member states, there is what we refer to as continuous voter registration. This is a scenario where all eligible individuals, starting with those normally who turn 18 in any given year, can approach the relevant authorities and register as a voter, notwithstanding that it is not an election year. So this continuous voter registration occurs in the context of the entire election cycle. So if your election cycle is 5 years, that facility is provided for in the 5-year period. Although in some member states, there is a cutoff point as to when you stop, just before an election comes. So, but the continuous registration of voters is not provided for in all member states. It is a recommendation of SADC. It is a standard that is recommended for all member states to adopt. And those who don't have this facility in place are always encouraged to put in place. And some, I will mention this particular year and the previous year, we had positive developments in that regard. I think at least 2 member states implemented this recommendation and standard. And secondly, other member states make provision for voter registration towards election time. And the CM recommendation is to facilitate continuous voter registration. So as I said, this is ongoing work, and those member states who only provide opportunities for their citizens to register to vote towards election time are moving towards converging with the rest of the region in provision of continuous voter registration. In a few member states, point number 3, the system for the registration of vital statistics, that is births and deaths, etc., is directly linked to the voter registration system. And this reduces the obstacles to voter registration, as the minute that an individual status is registered, for example, as a birth, you then expect that when they turn 18, the system will automatically register them as a voter, instead of expecting that individual to make moves, take steps to approach the relevant authorities and register as a voter. That kind of self-initiative sometimes reduces the opportunity to increase the number of voters, because it takes quite a lot of discipline for someone to decide, I'm now 18, I'm going to register as a voter. And finally, continuous voter registration or automatic voter registration that is linked to the civilian database does not, however, always have a particular effect on voter turnout. With the exception of a few member states, voter turnout has actually moved downwards with subsequent general elections over the period 2015 to 2023. In other words, there is a growing voter apathy in terms of general turnout at elections. They are exceptional. There are exceptions, though. It's a few member states where voter turnout has actually increased in subsequent elections. But the general trend, which perhaps may not be very different with the rest of the world, is of voter apathy. And we propose that the solution may lie in effective civic and voter education as part of the overall quality of democratic election procedures. In terms of issues regarding participation obstacles there too, the key challenge across the region and globally is the lack of meaningful progress with respect to advancing the representation of women in elected political positions. In our region, a few member states have made significant progress, namely at parliamentary level, but some member states have actually regressed in this regard, and the proportion of women in parliament is becoming less and less compared to previous elections in specific member states. To this end, the SADC summit also took this matter quite seriously, and in 2020 adopted a decision which urged all member states to, I quote, adopt concrete measures that will improve the representation of women and youth in elected political positions, including by implementing relevant provisions of the SADC protocol on gender. I do want to emphasize that the SADC region is not alone in this deficit, which is quite serious. And however, we cannot hide behind the fact that everywhere in the world, with the exception of very few countries, electoral systems are advancing, are not advancing the equal representation of our women in politics. In terms of other challenges and issues that affect greater participation, the question of nomination fees for candidates standing for election has been cited quite a lot in various interactions that CIOM has had with stakeholders across the region. It is important to note that there is no regional standard on candidate nomination fees. In a few member states, candidate nomination fees have been cited as being prohibitively high, thus preventing those who aspire to stand for election from doing so, particularly women and youths who lack the means, the economic means to raise such prohibitive fees to support their nominations. However, the principles of participation and inclusivity require that fees that are reasonable in the particular national socioeconomic circumstances be set with respect to nomination of candidates. And finally, with respect to the other issues that affect greater participation, it is important to note that all our member states have provisions requiring assistance to be provided to people with disabilities to cast their votes. And I will only cite three examples. Firstly, efforts have been made and are ongoing in most member states to make provision to facilitate the participation of the visually impaired. For example, through the provision of election materials which are produced in Braille format, inclusive of ballot papers. We also note that in one particular member state, the provision of Braille format ballot papers was actually subject of litigation, though the gap was subsequently addressed in the next general election, in the interests of taking into account the needs of all our citizens, including the visually impaired. And secondly, there is no national or uniform standard on the design of polling stations for purposes of accessibility by those who are physically disabled. For example, in quite a number of reports of the CIOM, that is the SADC Electoral Observation Mission, it has been noted that on average, 3 to 10% of polling stations that the CIOM observers would have visited to observe were not accessible for those voters who were wheelchair bound. In some instances, you would find that polling stations or polling centers are actually sited on the second floor of a building that does not even have an elevator. And finally, in terms of that particular section, the CIOM has also previously highlighted certain ritualistic practices that restrict the freedom of movement and consequently the political participation of certain minorities, such as citizens living with albinism in some member states being an emphasis. However, follow-up assessments in one member state indicated that a number of effective protective and accountability measures had been put in place, including public sensitization campaigns and an increase in the number of individuals prosecuted and convicted of perpetrating crimes against people living with albinism, which in certain circumstances have been recorded to increase towards the election period. There are some individuals who believe in the walkout, and they believe that tampering around with some of our citizens who are unfortunate enough to have this challenge in terms of albinism, who give them luck. And the CIOM recommendations have been followed up, and in some member states we can report positively that the law enforcement authorities are doing their best to try and stop this despicable practice. And in terms of the last principle, which I wish to mention, that affects the participation of citizens, this one is with respect to the participation of those of our citizens who are living in the diaspora. Our principles do encourage or commit member states to conduct regular reviews of the participation of citizens in the diaspora in national elections. The point to note here in terms of our status quo is that, number one, in practice, there is no regional uniformity with respect to the electoral participation of citizens in the diaspora. In terms of best practices, a few member states have had elaborate diaspora voter registration and diaspora voting in place for decades. These member states offer useful lessons on how to effectively facilitate electoral participation by citizens in the diaspora. And secondly, a few member states are beginning to facilitate both diaspora voter registration and actual voting. For those who are starting to do so, they note that this will be an incremental process of learning and resource mobilization, bearing in mind the fact that mobilizing resources to organize an election outside one's territory is not an easy process. And the majority of member states who limit voting outside their territories to only those citizens on diplomatic service abroad are doing so in the context of their own constitutional and legal arrangements. This is because the SADC guidelines do not state that member states must facilitate the participation of citizens in the diaspora. The requirement is for member states to conduct regular reviews, of course, with a view to eventually or gradually enhancing the participation of citizens in the diaspora in all elections. And also, it is important to note some practicalities that acknowledge that where there is net immigration on account of socioeconomic factors and other factors, it becomes politically complicated to expect incumbents to liberalize restrictions on extraterritorial voting. These are just practical considerations that we are raising and throwing the CIOM comes across, and we are raising this as part of our discussion. Finally, in terms of one issue, important issue that affects our greater participation in elections as citizens is the principle 4110 under the guidelines, which commits member states to ensure that voter education capacitates and empowers all eligible citizens, as well as fostering ownership of the electoral process and the democratic political system. I also encourage you to read this guideline in reference to section 11, subsection 4, subsection 1 of the SADC principles and guidelines. And may I emphasize that these guidelines are available on the internet. They're also available on the SADC website, www.sadc.int. Please feel free to download these guidelines and make reference to them as we proceed. Where are we in terms of civic and voter education as an instrument to enhance greater citizen participation in general elections? It's important to note that as the CIOM deploys to all member states, it pays particular attention to three issues connected to voter and civic education. One being the capacity and quality of civic and voter education programs. And the CIOM assesses whether these programs afford all prospective voters accurate, comprehensible, and adequate information upon which voters can make electoral choices. Secondly, the CIOM assesses the adequacy of civic and voter education that is conducted particularly by state agencies, amongst others, and information about where, when, and how, and why to register and vote. And thirdly, the CIOM assesses the adequacy of civic and voter education in relation to the necessary guarantees of the secrecy of the ballot. However, this is just a comment on the status quo and the challenges. The quality, frequency, content, and accessibility of civic and voter education programs does vary across the region. And we note the following, which is pertinent. One, some electoral management bodies provide constant civic and voter education programs using various media throughout the electoral cycle. In other words, some electoral management bodies do not stop providing civic and voter education just because the election is finished. They keep doing it until the next election. In some electoral management bodies, they provide voter education only and during the election period. In other words, there is a deficit in terms of civic education where there's an emphasis on voter education only. And thirdly, in some member states, voter education is delivered by the electoral management body, and non-government actors actually require approval to do so. And finally, generally, the availability of timely financial and technical resources pose challenges to the design and effective delivery of civic and voter education programs. Moderator, this will be the submission from the SADC Secretariat in support of your work on the theme of promoting a greater citizen participation in general elections and obstacles to a higher voter turnout. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Muchuki, for the submission. Before we proceed to inviting the general public to make their submission, I have an announcement to make. Kindly note that the meeting is also available in sign language interpretation. We now move on to the role of Parliament in addressing gaps in whistleblower protection in Southern Africa. I now invite Posetso Morapedi, Director Platform to Protect Mosetso Morapedi, Director Platform to Protect Whistleblowers in Africa, Southern Africa Office. You have the floor.
Through you, moderator, maybe just to highlight before we hand over to Posetso, that honorable members, the SADC Parliamentary Forum was integral to the revision of the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. You will remember that parliamentarians had led the region in adopting the first election instrument, the norms and standards for democratic elections in the region in 2001. Then in 2004, the principles and guidelines were adopted. And in the aftermath, there was a consensus that there were issues that were already practiced that may have been missed in the principles and guidelines of 2004. That led to a process where SADC engaged, among other stakeholders, the SADC Parliamentary Forum. At that time, so the SADC PF was advocating for a SADC protocol on elections. And what was eventually agreed was the revision of the 2004 principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. And this standing committee was actively involved in the process of the revision, which led from between 2011 and 2015, when the revised principles and guidelines were adopted. After the adoption of the revised principles and guidelines, that is when the standing committee recommended to the plenary assembly to say, we now recommend for the development of the SADC model law on elections to now assist member states to expedite the implementation of the revised principles and guidelines. So as Elijah was making a plea to say, read this document, please do so with the knowledge that you were very much central to its revision based on the rich experience and the pioneering role that parliamentarians had played in terms of promoting democratic elections in the SADC region. Thank you very much, and over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Quresh, for the update. I now invite Pusetso Morapedi, Director Platform to Protect Whistleblowers in Africa, Southern Africa Office, to make a presentation on their submission, the role of Parliament in addressing gaps in whistleblower protection in South Africa. You have the floor. Pusetso Morapedi, are you with us?
We can move to the next while we check. Yeah.
We move on to the next submission on the implications of artificial intelligence in the military domain, with emphasis on autonomous weapon systems in the African context. Professor Thompson Chengeta, I invite you to the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for the opportunity. I hope I am audible.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thompson Chengeta. I'm a Zimbabwean national, and I'm an associate professor reader in international law and artificial intelligence at Liverpool John Moores University. I'm also the principal investigator of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights study on artificial intelligence on the African continent. The presentation of this intervention that I'm going to make now, I make it to be clear in accordance with the guidance that has been given by Madam Chair. I make it in my capacity as the Africa lead and spokesperson of the campaign to stop killer robots. Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful to be accorded this opportunity by the Southern African Development Community SADC Parliamentary Forum to raise the issue of artificial intelligence in the military domain, particularly the urgent and pressing concerns surrounding the development and potential use of autonomous weapon systems. Autonomous weapon systems, Your Excellency, these are generally defined as robotic weapon systems that are powered by artificial intelligence, that once you activate them, they are able to make the decision as to who to target, who to kill, who to harm, and with what severity, without any further human intervention or human control. And without doubt, these particular weapons, which are being currently developed by certain Western countries, raise several and serious legal and ethical concerns that are inconsistent with several SADC principles. The UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, has considered autonomous weapon systems to be one of the major 4 issues or 4 threats that our humanity faces today. Your Excellencies, I am going to articulate 5 major reasons why the issue of autonomous weapon systems must feature prominently on the agenda of SADC nations and the potential contribution of SADC nations to the global governance of autonomous weapon systems. First, autonomous weapon systems are a threat to SADC principles on peace and security. In terms of Article 5C of the SADC Treaty, one of the objectives of SADC is to consolidate, defend, and maintain democracy, peace and security, and stability. Equally, Article 4E of the SADC Treaty provides for the promotion of peace settlement of disputes. The introduction of autonomous weapon systems on the battlefield may make wars more likely. Autonomous weapon systems make it all too easy for nations to go to war. By removing humans from direct engagements, nations may be more willing to initiate conflicts, thinking they can keep their own casualties to a minimum. This mindset, Your Excellencies, directly undermines the SADC values and principles on peace and security that I have referred to. These same principles also govern the United Nations and the African Union, who in their founding documents prioritize the peaceful resolution of disputes and discourage the use of force. For example, Article 2.4 of the United Nations Charter is at the center of the United Nations law on the prohibition of use of force. Second, autonomous weapon systems are unlikely to comply with international humanitarian law or the law of armed conflict or the law of war, and hence are a threat to civilians. Your Excellency, a machine lacks discernment and situational awareness that is needed on the battlefield. As such, no matter how advanced, a machine cannot succeed in distinction between combatants and non-combatants in the chaos of war. The rule of distinction is a cardinal principle of international humanitarian law. Here in the SADC regions, we have living memories of what happens when those at war fail to distinguish civilians and those who are directly participating in hostilities. And currently, in the conflict, for example, between Israel and the Hamas, we are witnessing the errors that occur when fighters or belligerents do not respect the rules of international humanitarian law. Your Excellencies, there is no doubt that autonomous weapon systems pose a significant risk of violating international humanitarian law, which seeks to protect civilians in times of armed conflict. The development and deployment of autonomous weapon systems increases the chances of indiscriminate attacks and endangering civilian lives. Third, autonomous weapon system will create an accountability gap contrary to SADC principles that relate to the question of responsibility and accountability. When an autonomous weapon system makes a mistake, who is to blame? The programmer, the operator, the manufacturer, or the one who is deploying it? The introduction of autonomous weapon system blurs the lines of responsibility. This lack of clarity can lead to a dangerous accountability vacuum where violations of international law, of human rights law, and other important principles that are cited by SADC may go unpunished and victims ultimately denied justice. The peoples of SADC nations are not strangers to situations where international crimes and mass human rights violations have gone unpunished and unaccounted for. Fourth, autonomous weapon system will violate SADC principles on fundamental human rights law. Your Excellencies, in terms of the preamble of the SADC Treaty and Article 4C of the SADC Treaty, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law are part of the SADC principles. Beyond the potential of erroneously and unlawfully attacking civilians, autonomous weapon system deployment could further infringe upon fundamental human rights. Autonomous weapon systems pose a serious risk to fundamental rights such as the right to life, the right to dignity. Further, the potential for autonomous weapon systems to make life and death decisions based on algorithms, which might be influenced by biases, poses a risk of deepening racial discrimination and other forms of biases. Indeed, in terms of Article 6.2 of the SADC Treaty, there is a prohibition of any form of discrimination. Every human being has the inherent right to life, dignity, and non-discrimination. Can we trust machines to uphold these fundamental principles? Certainly not. Fifth, autonomous weapon systems are morally repugnant and inconsistent with Ubuntu, a core value in the SADC region. Your Excellencies, at its core, the very idea of autonomous weapon systems is ethically troubling. It is morally repugnant for machines, devoid of compassion or understanding to determine who lives or who dies. Such a stance goes against the African philosophy of Ubuntu, which emphasizes our shared humanity and interconnectedness. I am because we are because I am. We cannot, Your Excellencies, in good conscience, delegate the grave decision of taking a human life to an emotionless machine. Indeed, these views that I'm presenting before you today are not new, but have been expressed by the African Group of Disarmament, African Group of States on Disarmament, and they are also found in Resolution 473 of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Your Excellencies, Article 5.2, subsection F of the SADC Treaty provides that part of the objectives of the SADC Treaty or the SADC region is to promote the development, transfer, and mastery of technology. I put an emphasis on the phrase mastery of technology. Humans must remain the masters of emerging technologies. Humans must remain in meaningful human control of AI technologies, as clearly pronounced in paragraph 35 of General Comment number 3 of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Emerging technologies, including those that are powered by AI, must remain mere tools in the hands of men and women. Now, in relation to the aforementioned 5 reasons, it is strongly recommended that SADC states must actively participate in international governance of autonomous weapon systems. The governance of autonomous weapon systems on a global scale is imperative. Since 2013, for the past 10 years now, states have been involved in the discussion on autonomous weapon systems at the UN. It is critical to note that while the current UN discussions on autonomous weapon systems were introduced in the UN Forum by a South African citizen, the late Professor Christoph Heinz, the participation of SADC states in the autonomous weapon system debate has been very minimal. In 2013, in his capacity as the UN Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial summary or arbitrary execution, Professor Christoph Heinz presented the first UN report on autonomous weapon systems. I, as Zimbabwean citizen and also from the SADC region, like Professor Heinz, was privileged to be part of the team that led the research and drafting of this first UN report on autonomous weapon systems. Bear with us, therefore, Your Excellencies, when we express these matters in an impassioned manner. It is because we have witnessed for the past decade several of SADC nations remain on the sidelines of this important and critical debate. Your Excellencies, between 2 and 13 October 2023, nations gathered for the United Nations General Assembly meeting in New York. Indeed, a UN resolution on autonomous weapon systems was presented at the UN General Assembly's first committee for the very first time in the past 10 years. Indeed, several African states, including SADC nations such as South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, Angola, and the Kingdom of Eswatini, etc., made interventions during the first committee on the general debate on all disarmament and international security agenda. Shockingly, not a single SADC state voiced their perspective on autonomous weapon system or contributed to the resolution on autonomous weapon system. This silence, Your Excellencies, is very concerning, especially when considering that the African Commission in Resolution 473, which was adopted in 2021, urged African nations to participate actively in the governance of artificial intelligence, including autonomous weapon systems. Further, almost 8 years ago, the African Group of States on Disarmament took a position on autonomous weapon systems, noting that autonomous weapon systems are morally and legally unacceptable and that we need a new international treaty on this technology.
Apologies, Professor. Consider winding up.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. My apologies, I'm actually winding up with this particular statement. This position need to be reiterated continuously in international governance. In other words, in my concluding remarks, the rise of autonomous open systems presents us with a profound ethical, legal, and moral challenges. As SADC nations, and indeed as international community, we must address these concerns urgently. Let our collective commitment to peace, human dignity, and shared human guide us to navigate this new frontier. It is not just a matter of international law, but for our very humanity. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I really thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Chingete, for your submission. Just to highlight what the professor was submitting on the implications of artificial intelligence and autonomous weapon systems, we have heard from the professor that it is a danger indeed to the SADC peace and security, and that the autonomous weapon systems cannot be controlled and therefore poses a big danger to the peace and security. And as member states, as parliamentarians in the SADC region, we have this challenge before us and it has to be addressed. Thank you so much, Professor. We now move on to the third submission on our list. What steps can parliaments take to support the implementation of the SADC regional counterterrorism strategy? I now invite Tamerlane Bolas to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tamerlane Bolas. I am a legal advisor with the International Committee of the Red Cross at the Delegation for Southern Africa, which is based in Pretoria, South Africa. First and foremost, I would really like to just thank the SADC Parliamentary Forum for giving the ICRC this opportunity to provide a submission to the Standing Committee. The ICRC has a long-standing relationship with SADC, and in fact, we concluded an MOU in 2015. Over the last 8 years, we have key interactions with various organs of SADC, and have also had the distinguished pleasure to engage with the SADC Parliamentary Forum on issues related to the implementation of international humanitarian law and the important role of parliamentarians in this regard. The ICRC is an independent, impartial, and neutral humanitarian organization with an exclusively humanitarian mission. We're the oldest humanitarian organization, so we were established over 160 years ago. The ICRC is mandated by states to do two specific things. So the first is to protect and assist populations affected by armed conflict and other situations of violence. And secondly, to develop, clarify, and disseminate international humanitarian law in times of peace and conflict. This afternoon, I would like to speak to you about possible steps parliaments could take to support the implementation of the SADC regional counterterrorism strategy, in particular in relation to the importance of including specific clauses in counterterrorism legislation that ensure humanitarian access to those in need, as well as to comply with international humanitarian law. As you may all know, over recent years, we have seen the rise of non-state armed groups resorting to acts of terrorism. This is, of course, an increasing concern domestically, but also internationally. This situation has led states to react by tightening existing counterterrorism measures and introducing new ones. The ICRC does not challenge the legitimacy and the necessity for states to take these measures to ensure their security. The ICRC condemns acts of terrorism, whether committed within or outside an armed conflict, and irrespective of their perpetrators. Such acts negate the principles of humanity. They go against the underlying principles and core objectives of international humanitarian law. Over the past decade, many states in the SADC region have introduced or amended existing anti-terrorism legislation and policies to prevent, deter, and punish acts of terrorism within their jurisdictions. While there is a legitimate aim in preventing and punishing these acts, some broad provisions might inadvertently affect humanitarian activities. These concerns are especially pronounced in situations of international or non-international armed conflict, where humanitarian actors work to protect and assist victims of armed violence in areas that groups designated as terrorist might control. Some counterterrorism laws may go as far as to criminalize exclusively humanitarian activities carried out by impartial humanitarian organizations. The activities impacted are numerous and include core ICRC activities, such as visiting and providing humanitarian assistance to detainees, or the delivery of humanitarian medical assistance, or the delivery of humanitarian relief if the concerned area is hit by a natural disaster. First aid training could be impacted, war surgery, or the dissemination of international humanitarian law to weapon bearers. Where a state does not carve out a humanitarian exemption in domestic law, it dramatically hampers the future work of impartial humanitarian organizations in their countries. This ultimately affects the provision of life-saving humanitarian assistance to populations in need. In addition, the ICRC is also concerned that some counterterrorism laws may not comply with international humanitarian law. For example, while punishing members to groups designated as terrorists, states should ensure that children associated to these groups are first and foremost considered victims. The African Union Model Law on Counterterrorism from 2011 reaffirmed the need to combat terrorism in accordance with international law, including international humanitarian law, and includes provisions that ensure impartial humanitarian action is not threatened. In the SADC region, very few states have adopted provisions to ensure that their counterterrorism legal frameworks do not jeopardize humanitarian action and comply with international humanitarian law. Noting the important establishment of the SADC Regional Counterterrorism Center as part of the 2015 SADC Counterterrorism Strategy, and the role it will play in ensuring that member states strengthen cooperation in the control and fight against terrorist acts, including in the exchange of experiences of the African region and international levels. The ICRC recognizes the crucial role of parliamentarians in this regard. The University of Pretoria, with the support of the Southern African delegation of the ICRC, recently completed a research project to examine the extent to which counterterrorism laws in the SADC members states include specific clauses on counterterrorism legislation that ensure humanitarian access to those in need, as well as compliance with international humanitarian law. The research identifies several legislative gaps, highlighting the lack of inclusion of these specific clauses in counterterrorism legislation. There are also some positive trends, particularly if we look at the legislation of Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, which all include the important reference to international humanitarian law. In this regard, I would like to share two recommendations which stemmed from the research and speak to elements of the SADC Regional Counterterrorism Strategy and possible support parliamentarians can provide. So the first recommendation is really creating a space for open dialogue between states, national, regional, and international bodies, which promotes international humanitarian law and international human rights law when adopting effective counterterrorism measures. So this could include, for example, expert meetings, capacity building, and possibly creating a forum to provide a safe space to exchange ideas and develop a strategy on how to engage on these counterterrorism measures. A second recommendation could be considering a regional policy which addresses the impact of counterterrorism measures, which may result in reviewing and amending counterterrorism measures to include, in particular, specific clauses that ensure humanitarian access to those in need, as well as compliance with international humanitarian law. Parliamentarians, as representatives of the people, are in a valuable position to take steps to support the implementation of the SADC Regional Counterterrorism Strategy. In addition, you can play a huge role in bringing light to the importance of ensuring that counterterrorism laws comply with IHL and do not hamper impartial humanitarian activities, both at a national and regional level. In terms of the support that the International Committee of the Red Cross can provide, we remain available to answer any of your questions and help and try as best as we can to resource sessions that you may plan. We are also really very open to explore together ideas that the committee would like to pursue as a unit or individually. I would like to end my submission there and thank you once again, Honourable Chair, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamaline, for your submission. We have noted from your submission that you're calling the parliamentarians to create a space on open dialogue on issues of developing laws on countering tourism. You have also called on consideration of regional policy and to include humanitarian access. Thank you so much for that. The parliamentarians have taken note. Thank you. We move on.
Pile, you are muted.
Hello, you can now hear me?
We can hear you now.
All right, from thinking, Tamali, was I audible?
Yeah, you then said we can now move to, you summarized and then you were going to usher us into the next presentation.
Okay, thank you, Courage, for that. The next presentation is promoting democracy and human rights in Malawi. I now invite Maxwell Mapopamvula to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, chair, and also everyone else who is here. I am Maxwell Mapopamvula from Malawi, who will be representing on promotion of democracy and human rights in Malawi. Honorable members, you may wish to know that Malawi is a landlocked nation, which is in the southern Eastern Africa, and it has made some significant strides in the realm of democratization, governance, and human rights in the recent years. Malawi's transition to multi-party democracy in the 1994, honorable members, was a watershed moment driven by the tireless efforts of civil society, political leaders, and international partners. Despite such a progress, honorable members, it has been noted with concern that some political parties may not operate in some other regions of the country. This actually is attributed to regional line of the parties. For Malawi, okay, for example, in Malawi, during the 2019 to 2021 electoral campaign, it was noted that some parties, more especially the newly registered political parties in the name of the UTM political party, was changed in the eastern region, citing the area is for Democratic Progressive Party and the United Democratic Front, which these political parties are actually the regional base in that eastern region. And this actually affected the smooth operation of other political parties into some region in Malawi. Hence, democracy is intentionally infringed and undermined. Honorable members, you should also understand that the electoral integrity is also paramount in the recent democratic nations. However, it has been noted also that during the past general elections, more especially here in Malawi, which Malawi has been conducting, it has been noted that it is always marred by some several irregularities. An example could be of that election 2019, the general suffrage of 2019, which the court notified and ordered for fresh elections in Malawi. So this has been there, and sometimes it has been seen that the integrity of the electoral body, the Malawi Electoral Commission, was undermined due to interference by the executive arm of the government, or maybe sometimes some influential divisions. And this implicated the right to vote and political participation, among other related human rights in Malawi. Honorable members, good governance, as we all know, is an essential for the stability and development in a nation. In Malawi, progress has been made, but there is a room for improvement. For example, on issues of addressing the corruption, addressing corruption is paramount. Despite anti-corruption institutions such as the Anti-Corruption Bureau in the country still faces corruption challenges. For example, we have a case here of Dune Sata and the others, Vetha's estate, which is not progressing well, since most public officials are implicated, and that the Anti-Corruption Bureau director was arrested on 6 December 2022. This typically has challenged the fight against corruption. Hence, the rule of law here also being undermined. Again, on the rule of law and youth participation, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen here present, upholding the rule of law is crucial, but has been proved futile. Most youth, or almost 85% plus, are unemployed, and this limits their participation in most of the political and economic activities, as well as in decision-making on issues affecting them. So there's a report on the Development Center of 2018 in Malawi, which stipulates that the majority of the youth live in urban areas where in search of job opportunities and pursuing studies are employed. However, studies show that participation of the youth in political governance is also low in the metropolitan than in rural areas of Malawi. And this actually is indicated in terms of the voting pattern. So we find that most youth in the urban centers do not vote compared to the youth in the rural centers. The reason here might be that most political figures, when they're doing their campaign, they do most in the rural areas, enticing those youth with small handouts, such as money, some party t-shirts, etc., etc. So this has been the reason for most of the youth, most especially the productive youth that could contribute positively in this country, to participate in the political governance. On the issues of the human rights, honorable members of the SADC-PF, human rights, we all know that they are the cornerstone of the just and equitable society. Malawi has made some positive strides, but challenges still exist, and there's needed room for improvement for this, more especially on the freedom of expression. So the Constitution and the law provide for freedom of expression, including for members of the press and other media, actually highlighted under Section 136 and Section 137 of the Constitution of Malawi. And the government respected these rights with some exceptions. So for example, according to the Freedom House reported that in March, police in Lilongwe arrested a man for posting on Facebook alleging a member of parliament stole maize made for his constituency. So the man was charged with cyber stalking before being released at the request of the parliamentarian he had accused of. So these are the trends here in Malawi, more especially when you write something, more especially the youth, you write something that concerns a member of parliament or any other political figure or any other influential business person has done something wrong, and you have your own voice, and you got your own voice. Later on, what happened that that influential figure or that political figure accuse you of something like defamation. So most of the youth, whenever they want to have their own voice being understood, they are actually not speaking. They are not speaking simply because they are being afraid of being accused of defamation issues. So, honorable members, these circumstances has adversely affected the promotion and sustainability of democracy and respect for human rights in Malawi. Hence, there are also the setbacks for youth and women participation in the governance and political activities. I therefore strongly urge the SADC-PF and the government of Malawi to prioritize the reinforcement of democratic institutions, the fight against corruption, the promotion of the rule of law, the safeguarding of the freedom of expression, and the creation of a comprehensive strategic framework for enhancing youth engagement in political governance. This should be through the utilization and enforcement of the current legal and policy structures. It is my strong belief that if the SADC-PF and the government of Malawi can do this, the youth participation shall be more viable in Malawi. Honorable members and all the gentlemen here present, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maxwell Mapopo, for your submission. From your submission, you have emphasized, you have highlighted the issues that the youth are not given a platform to express their views freely. And you have also highlighted the issue of the executive arm of government being in control. And then you have strongly urged that the members of the parliamentarians take interest in issues that promote democracy and also promote the promote the inclusion of legal frameworks that protect the participation of the youth. Thank you so much for your submission. We now move on to how can regional initiatives and policies better support women's active and meaningful participation in peace and security? A submission by Edwig Muzimure from Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon, Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to write on the protocols that have been established earlier. My name is Edwig Muzimure from Zimbabwe. I am the alternate African regional representative for Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. I feel honored to be making my submission, which echoes on the meaningful participation of women in peace and security. There are a number of resolutions that provide for the meaningful participation of women in peace and security, namely Resolution 1325, 1820, 1888, 1889, 1960, 2106, 2122, 2242, 2271. But despite having this international recognition on the practical implementation has been very, very low within our region. Most countries in our region are signatories to the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, which covers women, peace and security as the main issue. But then you discover that the practical implementation is lacking when it comes to having women making decisions in key decision-making positions, particularly also in conflict resolution and peace building. The SADC organ for politics, peace and security and cooperation is also a key instrument in peace and security. Through the SADC Regional Strategy on Women, Peace and Security, SADC developed a regional action plan on the Resolution 1325. However, you discover that most countries within the region have not yet developed or adopted a national action plan. There are national action plans to ensure that they actually start implementing the UN Resolution 1325. A number of structural challenges can also be noted to have been contributing to the slow implementation of different initiatives and policies that ensure the meaningful participation of women and security. These challenges include, but not limited to, patriarchy, lack of funding, lack of knowledge on the resolution, and policies, political violence, lack of information on women's rights violations. There is also need for investment in research to ensure informed advocacy, resources to be allocated to awareness raising, social transformative programs in communities, so that we ensure that there is funding allocated in promoting women's participation in peace and security, issues, particularly in peace processes, negotiations, elections, and mediation. There is also need to reform the security sector in order for us to ensure the protection of women. The region is supposed to develop an accountability framework on the inclusion of women in conflict resolution. The region has made great strides in terms of policies and frameworks, but it is important to highlight that when it comes to the practical implementation of these various initiatives, it is lacking. The implementation of peace and security, focusing on the meaningful participation of women, must take place from the grassroots, local, national to regional level. At grassroots level, there should be evidence of women's participation in all the decision-making platforms. We should also manifest through their inclusion and representation in leadership positions at community level. then how do we realize all these objectives in light of the aforementioned challenges? I'm sure you also agree with me that there is need for awareness raising and unpacking the peace concept in communities, because usually when you talk about peace, it's usually misinterpreted to be talking about something else. And most communities, they are actually scared to be having discussions on the inclusion of women in peace processes. And you also discover that we need interministerial meetings at national, provincial, and district level on the integration of women in peace and security development programs. There is also need for production of information, educational, and communication material on human security and women, peace and security. And then there's also need to train and develop teams on women peace negotiators, because in as much as we want to see women meaningfully participating in peace processes, without training, I'm sure we can all agree that we can never achieve the intended objectives. And then there's also need to ensure that there are local peace communities that are being developed at community level. And also the documentation of peacekeeping achievements by women in the region must also be prioritized. And then we also need to ensure that at national level, capacity building of political party and traditional leaders on the participation of women in peace and security is done, so that we lay a ground for the implementation of structures at local level and through the local systems. And then there is need for resources that are, which we have, I have highlighted the issue of resources as being the main challenge. So without these resources, then it's very difficult for us to achieve the intended goals. So there is really need to ensure that we build partnerships between the government, the civil society players, the academia, and the private sector. And then there's also need to raise awareness, especially on the issue of disarmament. There was a speaker earlier on that gave a submission on the killer robots or fully autonomous weapon systems. You realize that we have got very, very few voices of women that are talking of disarmament issues, not just on fully autonomous weapons, but we've got issues of nuclear weapons. As we are speaking right now, the world is very much insecure, but we have got limited women voices that are actually speaking on disarmament. Henceforth, I think it is also important for you, members of parliament, to make sure that there is much research that is being done on disarmament issues, and then awareness rising on disarmament issues is also prioritized in our national dialogues. With this, I thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and I thank you also, Your Excellencies, for paying attention and listening to my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edward, for your submission. You were highlighting that women are still marginalized in the making key decisions on peace and security, that there's need to develop frameworks that work. We have to give accountability to the frameworks that have been developed to include women in peace and security decisions. There's need for civic education. There's also need, though, that you have called that women should be included in these decisions. You've also called that the women should be trained to negotiate on these peace and security policies. Thank you so much. We now move on. I wish to call back the first submission, if you're in the house, how the role of Parliament in addressing gaps in the whistleblower protection in the Southern Africa. I don't know if Pusetso Morapedi, you have joined us. Okay, thank you. We now move on to we now move on to gender dimensions of conflict in Cabo Delgado, province of Mozambique, Namatamo. Namatama MP Sagabilo, Gender Advisor, SADC Mission in Mozambique. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. Allow me to thank the SADC PF for allowing me this opportunity to make a presentation before the honorable members. Am I audible? Hello?
You are, but you may wish to still increase the volume if it's possible.
Oh, it's already, it's at 100%. Maybe I do away with, am I audible now? Maybe
You are very much audible now. You are very much audible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Maybe it was because of the headphones. So I indicated that I'm grateful for having been given this opportunity by the SADC Parliamentary Forum to present before the honorable members. You will forgive me because I'm in a war zone, a conflict zone, so our internet connectivity is not very good, but I will try. Allow me to share my screen.
ICT, please allow me to share.
Are you able to see the presentation? Hello?
Not yet.
How about now?
Not yet, but you may wish to proceed.
Okay. My presentation is on the gendered dimensions of conflict in Cabo Delgado province. I'm the gender advisor, like I was introduced earlier. My name is Namatama Mildred Pumulo Sakavilo, and I'm the gender advisor under the SADC mission in Mozambique. So how do I proceed now when you're not able to see the presentation?
ICT?
I need help, please. I'm wondering why you can't see the presentation. Okay, maybe I just proceed so that we don't waste much time. So the background to this presentation is that the SADC mission in Mozambique is an active regional peacekeeping mission operated by the SADC in the northern Mozambique, Cabo Delgado province. The mission was deployed on 15th July 2021, following approval by the extraordinary SADC mission of heads of state and government held in Maputo, which is in Mozambique. So the mandate of the SAMIM mission includes supporting the Republic of Mozambique to combat terrorism and acts of violent extremism in security or in Cabo Delgado by neutralizing terrorist threats and restoring security in order to create a secure environment, strengthening and maintaining peace and security, restoring law and order in affected areas of Cabo Delgado province, and supporting the Republic of Mozambique in collaborating with humanitarian agencies to continue providing humanitarian relief to population affected by terrorist activities, including internally displaced persons. So in my introduction, I give a background on what is pertaining on the ground. So in Cabo Delgado province, the conflict started in 2017 and escalated in 2020 with brutal attacks targeting civilians, causing a humanitarian crisis and mass displacements. So the majority of these people who have been displaced are actually women and children, women as widows and children as orphans, because some of the husbands have been killed. It is estimated that over 1 million people have been internally displaced in northern Mozambique due to the violence that started in 2017. And more than 4,000 people have been killed since 2017. So what then is the impact of this conflict in Cabo Delgado? So women and girls are affected by violent extremism in complex and diverse ways. Women have been the first victims to violent extremist groups experiencing horrific violations of their rights. They are victims of kidnapping and trafficking, sexual abuse from insurgencies, and also from the defense forces. And in exchange for food in the humanitarian context, becoming widows, being tortured and killed, escaping captivity, and being rescued and being the face of the humanitarian crisis. This is the general perspective of how violent extremism impacts on women. Women are also recruited or joined through abductions as well as voluntarily in search of financial gain or empowerment, because some of them are promised that they will have a better life when they join them. So some of them are abducted or some of them join voluntarily. So the impact of the violent extremism on women in Cabo Delgado then is that there is constrained access to basic services such as health, food, education, and clean and safe water. They also have constraints on access to land, which exposes them to high levels of dependency on humanitarian and protection risks. The other issue is that they lack livelihoods. They've lost their livelihoods and lack income generating opportunities. Sexual exploitation and abuse has also been reported in some areas, especially during registration of beneficiaries. The mobility of internally displaced persons is also severely constrained, especially women and girls, due to safety concerns. And also some resettlements have been established in remote areas. Some of them also lack civil identification documents. So when we talk about civil identification documents, it becomes very difficult to access certain services if you don't have documents, which they usually lose when they are running away from the conflict. So the combination of scarcity of water resources with the absence of public lighting in resettlement camps is a major security concern for women and girls, which exposes them to gender-based violence. Men are usually registered as recipients of food, but there have been reports that some men have been withholding this food and other humanitarian assistance, which means the women are also left without access to food. Community decision-making structures within the resettlements also are dominated by men and non-inclusive of women, increasing the likelihood of decisions that are gender insensitive and harmful to the community. So there are some statistics that I put forward on gender-based violence. So according to the UNHCR Gender-Based Violence Incident Trends Analysis for July to December 2021, indicates that 100% of survivors who sought support from UNHCR and its partners were women and girls. It was estimated that 98% of those incidents were reported by IDPs. So for IDPs, it's internally displaced persons, demonstrating that displacement increases the risks of gender-based violence. Intimate partner violence also accounted for 76% of reported GBV cases. Sexual exploitation and abuse accounted for 12% of the reported GBV incidents. The number of adolescent girl survivors who sought support represented 11% of GBV incidents. Child marriage accounted for 17% of GBV cases reported. 6% of incidents perpetrated by non-state armed groups were conflict-related sexual violence committed when villages were attacked and women and girls were fleeing to attempt to seek safety. Last but not the least, 22% of GBV incidents occurred when women and girls were fleeing to seek safety. So what are some of the gender roles then in violent extremism? So most of the gender roles that are done by the women within the normal communities are actually, they are actually exploited more in the violent extremism in ways such that they are the ones who are used for carrying what they have looted, what the terrorists have looted from different places. And they are also used as for sexual and reproductive roles, as they are perceived important to this process of gender role enforcement. Violent extremist groups treat women as a commodity and consider women as a tool for pleasure that can be used by men. They abduct and recruit young women and exploit their role in society as wives and mothers to facilitate the implementation of terrorist operations. Women are believed to be involved in teaching, inciting people to violence, and providing intelligence in terms of information, because they are the ones who know where even the terrorists are hiding. So the gender roles continue. So traditional gender roles are reproduced and amplified in extremist groups. Women are used for carrying looted foodstuffs, weapons, medical commodities, and other items, and do household chores. There is, however, emerging knowledge that violent extremist groups like to recruit women leaders who have positions in society and who have more influence because they have good communication skills and are easily integrated into groups, and people often trust them. So the situation now, you may wish to note that there are some people who were displaced and they have returned to their original places. So it is estimated that over 400,000 people returned to their areas of origin in Cabo Delgado province by August 2023. Despite the return, IDPs are still facing challenges in the reception centers in Cabo Delgado, such as the dire food situation and social, environmental, and psychological problems. Some people are traumatized as they witnessed how their relatives were killed, and yet they have limited access to services. The displaced persons also face serious sanitation problems, such as lack of latrines. They also lack means of subsistence and face psychological violence in the host sites, resulting in thousands of them being forced to leave their places of refuge. But there are also serious problems in the areas of origin, as they lack almost everything from water and sanitation to shelter and emergency assistance. The reconstruction process is limited to the rehabilitation.
Madam Namatama, consider winding up.
Come again?
Consider winding up.
Okay, thank you. So, So what has the SADC mission then done in these areas? So the SADC mission in Mozambique, to win the hearts and minds of the communities in Cabo Delgado, SAMIM has done the following. SAMIM forces have assisted by providing security. The CIMIC coordinator has also been implementing quick impact projects in the communities. SAMIM has also mobilized resources to help with rehabilitation of some airstrip. We have also conducted some capacity building workshops where we have built capacities in some women who were internally displaced and also officers like the police and those from correctional services. So the challenges, the gender inequalities are deeply rooted in culture. The conflict has persisted. There is also limited funds to sustain the empowerment initiatives. Then there is high illiteracy levels within the community. So most of them are not able to even know their rights. GBV, child marriage and teenage pregnancy rates are high, and most of the survivors lack access to psychosocial support services. In conclusion, I would like to make some recommendations or maybe say some necessary actions that need to be taken. We need to integrate gender analysis of the drivers of the radicalization of women and men to terrorism. We need to enhance cooperation to combat terrorism in gender responsive manner. We also need to assist women victims of terrorism, taking into account gender sensitivities. In conclusion, terrorism and violent extremism continue to be a global issues demanding international coordination, policy, and legal approaches to win the fight. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you
I end
very
my
much.
presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Namatama, for ably presenting gender dimensions of conflict, the case of Cabo Delgado province. You have given us an overview of what has happened during the war, and you have also given us an overview of how women have been displaced and the challenges that are faced, even those that have gone back to their places. You have given us a good presentation or something we can clap on for the mission on how they're helping these women in the area, and we appreciate that. And in conclusion, in some of your action points, you have called for a collaboration in fighting against this terrorism against women. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We now move on to the next submission on meaningful
Pile, we have lost you. Are you not muted?
Apologies, all honorable members and participants, I lost connection. We now move on to the next submission, meaningful youth participation in electoral processes in Malawi. I now invite Matthews Kanjani, a young leader in Malawi. You have the floor.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I'm coming through.
You are, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to apologize. I think the network is sketchy out here, so I won't be able to beam my video. I think it will be practical if I just present through audio. Ladies and gentlemen, as already alluded to, my name is Matthews Kajani. I'm an emerging governance activist. I'm also a student studying law at Catholic University of Malawi, and I'm a founder and executive director from Zuzu Youth Anti-Corruption Movement. Zuzu Youth Anti-Corruption Movement is a grassroots civil society organization that seeks to champion collective youth action in the fight against corruption and other forms of abuse of public resources. The movement was established against a background of serious and organized corruption, combined with a significant degree of political impunity that grossly frustrates service delivery, holding back economic progress and fueling distrust of democracy. My submission today is under the topic youth participation in electoral processes. I think we are all aware that issues pertaining to young people are a big question today, not only in Southern Africa, but also in the world. So as we are moving closer to the 2025 election in Malawi, I thought it wise to say something about meaningful youth participation in electoral processes, because here in Malawi, the population of young people is high. Youth constitute a majority of the population here in Malawi. According to the 2018 population and housing census, it shows that more than 65% of the population is below the age of 35, which constitute a significant majority. By implication, it also means that all major challenges facing Malawi today have a disproportionate burden on the young people themselves. So if you talk about problems in the health sector, problems in the education sector, and all other sectors, including governance and anti-corruption, all these challenges significantly affect young people. So it is only logical for young people now to take leadership in terms of presenting solutions and influencing change in order to have a situation where in the final analysis of every program, every decision, every intervention, those decisions should be reflective of the needs and expectations of young people. However, young people are faced with a lot of challenges that bar their participation in politics, especially in politics and electoral processes. So I think for us to move forward as a society, not just here in Malawi, but also in Southern Africa, there is need to iron out these issues so that young people can meaningfully participate in electoral processes, because then it will not just be an issue of young people trying to hold duty bearers accountable, but young people must become duty bearers unto themselves. And that, I think, will be part of the solution in terms of the governance and developmental issues that Malawi and other countries are facing today. The major challenge that we face as young people is discrimination and marginalization, which usually means that people have already an inbuilt stereotype, which leads to viewing young people as not being capable of executing particular tasks and not being mature enough to, for example, participate in major decisions that are made. And this can not only translate to young people being barred from participating in decision making at national level, but also at community level, because we have decision makers from grassroots level, regional level, district level, and then national level. So on all these fronts, decision has to be made. And these decisions, I am submitting that these decisions must be reflective of the needs of young people. And the only way the views and expectations of young people can be reflected in these decisions if when young people themselves are on the tables of decision making, are able to influence that decision making. So I'll quickly run through the three main barriers that I think bar young people from meaningfully participating in political and electoral processes. The first one are structural barriers. So these include legal and political frameworks that limit youth engagement in decision-making processes. So we have a number of frameworks that are meant to facilitate meaningful youth participation in Malawi. However, these frameworks are not coherent and sometimes do not present a clear picture of how youth will be engaged in terms of benchmarks, indicators, and all that. In other situations, some of these legal frameworks are not in existence in themselves. So, for example, we have the National Youth Policy, which is supposed to govern youth issues. That policy was started in 2018, and it has not been updated up to today. So what it means is there is no clear policy guideline in terms of youth participation and other youth developmental sectors in Malawi. So all these legal and political barriers undermine the ability of young people to meaningfully engage in decision-making as well as electoral processes. The second barrier is our individual barriers. So these include a lack of awareness, knowledge, and confidence among young people to participate in political activities. These barriers are central because young people have to have the courage, they have to have the information, and they have to have the knowledge for them to meaningfully participate in decision making. So if young people are not aware of how these processes work, if young people are aware of their power to actually influence decision making, their rights and their responsibilities, they will not be able to actually demand accountability or demand inclusion in the context of decision making. So individual barriers to youth participation include awareness, knowledge, and confidence. The third barrier include organizational barriers. So these include limited resources, lack of support from political parties, and exclusionary practices within political institutions. The one thing that maybe a lot of stakeholders do not take into consideration is the fact that young people have unique characteristics, and these unique characteristics may sometimes work to their disadvantage in terms of maybe them being able to now engage with the mainstream. Because, for instance, if a duty bearer is sourcing information from the public, the places where these decisions are being made may not be accessible to young people. So it may mean that we need to create spaces where young people can comfortably participate in decision making. The other thing is that young people, like other groups like women, do not have control over productive resources. So having no control over productive resources also means that young people will not have the requisite resources for them to actually access some of the platforms that are created where people are meant to influence decision making. So in the electoral cycle, for example, like right now here in Malawi, the Malawi Electoral Commission is organizing several meetings, several engagements with stakeholders, deciding on small things that are very pertinent to the election itself. However, you will find that in these platforms, it's very hard for young people to actually access those platforms and be able to positively contribute towards the decisions that are being made in those engagements and in those platforms. So I would like to submit that one of the challenges that we are facing is that young people are not able to recognize that there is space where we can actually present our concerns. That's the first one. The second one is that in those spaces, we need to create an environment where young people can actually stood up, speak, and say something very sensible so that the decisions that are being made should also reflect the expectations of young people. So those are organizational barriers that challenge young people to not positively and meaningfully participate in the electoral processes, itself. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to submit that in order for us to actually address these challenges, we need to promote strategies, programs, and projects that aim to empower young people with knowledge about governance institutions and they can actively and meaningfully participate if they are aware of these processes. So the electoral cycle has a lot of stages and a lot of platforms where decisions are made. Young people need to be aware of these stages, these platforms, so that they can be able to recognize that here is an opportunity for us to actually present our concerns, present our ideas, those innovations, those innovative ideas should be able to be presented in those platforms that are created within the electoral cycle, whether at community level or at national level. So I would like to submit that it is very important for all government actors, including the government and other agencies, to actually consider putting in place robust and well-coordinated programs and projects that will aim to empower young people with knowledge about governance institutions and how they can meaningfully participate through those institutions. Number two is that we need to amplify youth voices in the regional integration by creating platforms for organized engagement between youth leaders and duty bearers. I think one of the platforms that is very important, I think the platform that we are in today, discussing different issues, it's very important that now we are beginning to open up to young people so that we can be able to engage with different stakeholders. And we need to create more and more of these spaces so that grassroots young people like me should be able to present our issues, should be able to generate solutions and discuss it in an organized manner with stakeholders so that we can eliminate some of the barriers to youth participation. The third point is that, as already alluded to, young people are not organized in terms of the youth structures as a basic unit for mobilization and aggregating youth voices. So the solution is to strengthen those youth structures that have been created. So like here in Malawi, we have different youth structures that have been created from community level to national level. But these structures are not, most of the time, these structures are not utilized to actually enhance youth.
Disturbance, Mr. Matthews Kanjani, consider winding up.
Okay. I'm already winding up. So the third point I was saying is we need to consider strengthening youth structures as basic units for mobilizing and aggregating youth voices. So in Malawi, for example, we have youth structures at grassroots level to national level, but these structures do not have the requisite resources, and they are not even independent enough to actually take a meaningful role in terms of the electoral process. So if we want to see change in that regard, we need to strengthen those youth structures. The final one is that we need to advocate for focused youth projects in targeted social, economic, and technological development initiatives. I think if we can leverage these opportunities, then we'll be able to advance youth participation in governance. Finally, I would like to call upon all stakeholders here to actually recognize the fact that as young people, we have unique characteristics that sometimes bar us from participating in platforms that are very pertinent to development issues. And these barriers have to be eliminated in order for young people to actually participate. And by way of conclusion, youth participation in electoral process is essential for the continued growth and development of Malawi's democracy. By addressing the barriers to youth engagement and implementing the recommendations outlined in this position paper, Malawi can empower its youth to actively contribute to the electoral process, ensuring a more inclusive and representative democracy for all citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matthews Kanjani, for ably presenting meaningful youth participation in the electoral process. From your submission, we have learned that the youth are marginalized in the participation of the electoral process. You have cited structural barriers among individual barriers, among others, as hindrance for youth participation. And you have called that as policymakers, we need to have deliberate strategies that include young people to at every level of decision making. And you have also called on young people to have the confidence enough to engage in these spaces that will allow them to be involved in the electoral processes. Thank you so much. At this juncture, with your permission, Honorable Chair, we might break for an early lunch and resume at 14:15 hours. Honorable Chair.
Yeah, it's important that we break for lunch now. You are proposing 1 hour?
We're proposing that we resume at 14:15 hours.
14:15?
Yes, quarter past 2, 14:15 hours.
It's too early. Don't you think 15 is okay? In case other members stay far from the venue.
Chair, if I may, we are on
Yes,
different time zones. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We are on different time zones. There are colleagues who are 3 hours ahead of where we are, which means if we delay beyond that, we are taking them late into the night for the chair's consideration.
Okay. So we agree that let's say we have 50 minutes.
With the chair's indulgence and guidance, yes.
Okay, so we can meet after 50 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We'll now break for lunch, for an early lunch.
And ICT, we request for the usual courtesy in terms of notification that we are breaking for lunch and resuming at quarter past.
Honorable members and distinguished participants, we're breaking for an early lunch. We'll resume at 14:15 Central African time. Thank you.
Upile, are we ready?
Yes, we are, but Mamo Sela said she will take over after lunch. Mamo Sela?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we are back now from lunch. Let us resume our meeting. We will get the presentation from Nadine Wodix, SRHR Africa Trust, Mozambique. She is going to submit on Sow the Dragon's Teeth, Reap the Dragon, Disaffected Youth, and Extremism. Nadine Wodix, the floor is yours.
So thank you for this opportunity. I'm Irish and I'm here to be her substitute because Nadine doesn't feel good. And I'm Youth Ab from Mozambique and I'm here to represent SR Africa Trust. So the title of this presentation is Sow the Dragon Feet, Reap the Dragon, Disaffected Youth and Extremists. I feel comfortable to speak in Portuguese, and unfortunately it won't be possible to turn on my camera because my network is weak here. And I'm starting now. A apresentação de hoje é com base no reconhecimento que temos que o nosso país, Moçambique, enfrenta o terrorismo e a extrema violência no norte, mas também sabendo que outras forças de terrorismo na África estão muito ligadas aos jovens e os jovens são muito afetados por elas. Boko Haram explorou as frustrações e queixas dos jovens que foram marginalizados no norte da Nigéria. Existem também muitas e altas taxas de desemprego, falta de acesso à educação e perspectivas econômicas limitadas que deixam os jovens a se sentirem desalinhados e sem esperança. A ideologia radical do Boko Haram ofereceu um senso alternativo de propósito, pertencimento e capacitação, o que atraiu muitos jovens que estavam descontentes e ficaram suscetíveis ao terrorismo. Pelas mesmas razões, na Somália, o Al-Shabaab explorou vulnerabilidades desses jovens e que, por sinal, são vulnerabilidades semelhantes, falta de acesso à educação de qualidade e desemprego. Isso fez-me pensar como é que poderemos expressar a importância dos jovens na preservação, prevenção e combate à violência e ao terrorismo, o extremismo. E jovens sem conexões saudáveis com a sociedade, sem esperança, são mais vulneráveis a serem recrutados por aqueles que preferiram destruir a sociedade em vez de construí-la. Tanto os parlamentares quanto os ativistas jovens têm a responsabilidade de trabalhar para evitar isso nas nossas comunidades, sociedades que, por sinal, estão cheias de jovens. Como a SAT em Moçambique, a Nadine e eu estamos baseadas em Nampula, que é a província mais populosa do país e que a maior parte das pessoas são jovens. E o que nos faz pensar que podemos trabalhar juntos para criar mais oportunidades econômicas e educacionais e principalmente que são a responsabilidade nossa e também devem existir mais investimentos em orçamentos que são ligados à educação de qualidade, treinamento vocacional e oportunidades de emprego para esses jovens, para poder aliviar as causas de desafeição e reduzir o apelo a esses grupos extremistas que atacam as vulnerabilidades dos jovens. O envolvimento comunitário e o mentorando são principalmente da nossa responsabilidade como sociedade civil, o que vai ajudar a incentivar modelos positivos de líderes comunitários a se envolverem com jovens que estão descontentes e que pode proporcionar um senso de pertencimento e apoio. Programas que envolvam um alcance comunitário, que é de jovens para jovens, que é aconselhamento, podem ajudar a afastar estes jovens vulneráveis do extremismo. Também pensamos que fortalecer a governança e o Estado de Direito, principalmente a responsabilidade dos nossos governos, e supervisionar tudo que tem a ver com jovens, pois sabemos que quando há uma boa governança e o Estado de Direito, há a proteção de direitos humanos, que são muito essenciais para abordar as condições que alimentam este extremismo. Fortalecer esses aspectos de governança pode ajudar a reduzir queixas e construir confiança entre os governos e os cidadãos, o povo e principalmente os jovens. Mas, acima de tudo, ver os jovens, ouvir os jovens, suas preocupações, escutar, poder envolver eles nos processos de tomada de decisão é responsabilidade de todos, dos parlamentares e de todos nós, do governo, da sociedade civil. Peço que a SADC e a todos nós que estamos conectados neste meeting, de nos envolvermos e nos ajudarmos a combater estes grandes males que afetam a juventude. Não há margem para trabalho, não temos limites, não podemos estar ou marcar uma caixa, devemos envolver os jovens como futuro de toda e qualquer nação. Envolver como contadores de verdade, como monitores de progresso do seu país, da nação, do mundo, como construtores de diversas soluções. E também envolvê-los como pessoas responsáveis pelo seu futuro. Estamos prontos, mas não podemos esperar para sempre, pois esse é o momento de trabalharmos juntos, de juntarmos sinergias, and that's it. We need to work together. We are ready for our future. Thank you for this opportunity.
Moderator, are you there?
Thank you very much for the presentation. We have heard that the presentation was all about to involve young people, to tell them the truth, involve them as responsible people, and it's time again to work with them. Thank you. I may now call the next presenter, who is Mahongo Nazel, young person, SAT, to present on democracy equals to diversity. Help civil society help you. The floor is yours, Mahongo Nazel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like the moderator mentioned, my name is Mahongo Nasilele, and I am representing SAT, which is DGHR Africa Trust here in Zambia. And my presentation is about how civil society organizations play a more constructive role in advancing democracy, human rights, and good governance within the SADC region. So unfortunately, I'm unable to turn on my video for now because of poor connectivity, but I'll just proceed. Yeah, so Southern Africa is a region of democracies. Democracy is what our liberation struggles fought for and what many actually died for. It is what you as parliamentarians strive to deliver day by day and to grow by year. And it is what we young people in the civil society believe is our best chance for a prosperous future. Yet in so many ways and places, we in civil society feel under pressure and under attack. Legislation chips away at our rights to free association in our own NGOs. We are accused of obstructing governments in their duties, of being purveyors of an African culture, or even agents of foreign interest. And so I come here today to say 4 things to all the honorable members listening. Firstly, we are Africans without any doubt. Secondly, civil society activists and parliamentarians are natural allies, but we must realize that potential more. And then thirdly, that countries without an active youth in civil society organizations is a country in trouble. Let me say it again. We are Africans without any doubt. Our agendas are African, our leaders are African, our aspirations are African, and we are committed to our region. This does not mean that our agendas always coincide with our government's agendas. We aspire to countries, regions, and a continent that is youth-friendly, human rights-based, democratic, connected, and where we can play roles of patriots, Pan-Africans, and global citizenship. Civil society activists and parliamentarians are not only compatriots domestically, we are also natural allies in strengthening democracy and ensuring national development. You all know this better than me, but may I just remind you, in accountability, civil society organizations, which are CSOs, often monitor the activities of the executive, ensuring they are accountable to the public by promoting community-led monitoring and transparency. CSOs can help prevent corruption and unethical practices and suggest solutions to development problems, thereby strengthening democracy. In advocacy, CSOs can provide valuable expertise and research to you as parliamentarians, helping our legislatures make informed decisions on policy matters. By engaging in constructive dialogue and providing evidence-based recommendations, we can then contribute to the development of effective and inclusive policies. In public engagements, civil society acts as a bridge between citizens and parliamentarians, just as we are today, facilitating public participation in decision-making processes. Through public consultations, awareness campaigns, and grassroots mobilization, we can ensure that the voices of young people and the voices of others which are not usually heard and considered in policy decisions. Our NGOs often work directly with local communities. These grassroots engagements can be leveraged by yourselves to better understand the unique challenges and opportunities of young people and of others in our constituencies. Working together gives that better understanding and can develop policies that are tailored to the specific needs of your constituents. Finally, and my third point today, which is that countries without an active youth in civil society organizations is a country that cannot thrive. Young people today understand few ways in which we can contribute and participate in the affairs of countries. We are not in parliament, we are not in government, we are not in professional bodies, and often we are neither included nor listened to by those older than us. Civil society and our organizing NGOs give us multiple spaces and places to contribute to their communities, and to society, to feel a sense of the collective and to feel engaged, acknowledged, and respected. But for us to play these roles and to support you all, both in strengthening democracy and in furthering our region's understanding, our region's development, we need your support. We need you to understand us as young people in our organizations. We need your support when narratives turn on us and we are under unfair attack. We need your understanding as Democrats that disagreement does not mean disloyalty. We need the right to exist if we are to support you and build better nations in a better SADC. I thank you.
Thank you very much for the good presentation, whereby you are showing that SADC region is a region of democracy, so parliamentarians should take that into consideration and engage you as the youth. I may now call...
Moderator, if I may, we have our first presenter who could not present earlier because she was traveling and is now ready. She's joining us from one of the airports and is offered to present now. Setso Morapedi, who is to present on the role of Parliament in addressing gaps in whistleblowing protection in Southern Africa, a key tool in curbing corruption. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We will now give Pusetso Morapedi, Director Platform to Protect Whistleblowers in Africa, Southern Africa Office. The floor is now yours to present the role of Parliament in addressing gaps in whistleblower protection in South Africa.
That didn't happen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the background noise. I'm still at the airport and I wished to submit. I thought it would be a lost opportunity for us not to submit on the issue of whistleblowing. So esteemed members of Parliament, Secretary General Ms. Wemo, Sapoma, and your colleagues, I extend my warm greetings and acknowledge the established protocols since this morning. The platform to protect whistleblowers in Africa is dedicated to safeguarding whistleblowers and advocating for them through strategic litigation, particularly when their disclosures concern the public interest. Our Southern Africa office is based in Johannesburg. It has found itself extending support to not only legal, but psychosocial provisions as well. One element never thought of in most whistleblowing and whistleblower protection laws. And we're submitting today that as we move forward with legislators, that this is one element that we need to bring to the table when it comes to whistleblower protection and whistleblower support. CLAV this afternoon comes before the Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights Committee to highlight a specific form of corruption called sextortion that disproportionately affects women. We will also reiterate the significance of whistleblowing and whistleblower protection as crucial components for transparency and accountability in governance, underscoring the gaps that currently exist in these areas. Sextortion, often overlooked in the anti-corruption discourse, represents a form of gendered corruption. It involves the abuse of power for sexual exploitation. We would like the Parliamentary Forum to highlight it and engage with it moving forward. Despite the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, addressing various forms of corruption, does not specifically mention gendered forms such as sextortion. And we would love for the region to start engaging with this form of corruption. The TI, Transparency International Mauritius study revealed that sextortion is prevalent in Mauritius, with cases reported in both the public and private sectors. Similarly, in Zimbabwe, cases of sextortion often go unreported due to fear of social stigma, as some are called they're called prostitutes or they were involved in transactional sex, when in actual fact it was corruption taking place in a form of sexual exploitation. This normalization of sexual favors for essential services highlights the detrimental impact of corruption on sectors such as education, healthcare, land management, and employment. And this form of corruption must be taken as seriously and engaged with by the Parliamentary Forum and the legislatures in Southern Africa. Now, going to the definition, a simple one from Transparency International says that sextortion is a corrupt practice where sexual acts are used as a form of currency, exploiting power dynamics through coerced keep of quo arrangement. Sextortion not only violates human rights, but also amplifies existing gender-based power imbalances. I apologize. People who are supposed to pick me up are calling me on WhatsApp, and it's also on my laptop. Furthermore, the intersection of extortion with gender-based violence and sexual exploitation poses multifaceted challenges. Existing anti-corruption laws rarely consider sexual service as forms of bribery, whilst legislation addressing sexual abuse often overlooks the corrupt aspect of it. We implore the committee to study this form of corruption and find interventions to protect vulnerable women and girls. And I'll quickly just go to how we can maybe engage with legal framework, institutional framework to combat extortion. Now, to effectively combat sextortion, robust legal and institutional frameworks that prioritize must be established. Whistleblowers who play a pivotal role in exposing such corrupt practices often face personal risks, including job termination, legal consequences, or threat. Gender-sensitive whistleblower protection measures are therefore imperative, considering the vulnerability of female whistleblowers in certain cases. Parliaments in the region can contribute significantly by defining and establishing legal frameworks to address extortion cases effectively, conducting training programs for legal practitioners on the prosecution of sextortion cases, integrating sextortion into anti-corruption and gender-based violence policies and programs, launching public awareness campaigns to encourage victims to come forward and seek justice, ensuring protection for survivors and victims who report sextortion cases to prevent reprisals, collecting comprehensive data on sextortion through surveys and comparative legal analysis, investigating the socioeconomic impact of sextortion at individual, organizational, and societal levels. We urge the committee to take this matter seriously and consider the implications of inaction on the well-being and rise of women, young women professionals, and girls. The role of Parliament is particularly pivotal in addressing the existing gaps within this context of sextortion and whistleblowing and the fight against corruption. We must recognize that whistleblowers play a crucial role in bringing to light corrupt practices and wrongdoings that might otherwise remain concealed. Their courage and commitment to upholding the values of transparency and accountability within our governance structures must be acknowledged and safeguarded. In the absence of reliable whistleblower protection, individuals who step forward to expose corrupt risk facing severe repercussions, such as job termination, some legal repercussions, or even threats to their lives and their safety. This not only undermines their personal well-being, but also discourages others from speaking out loud and against malpractices, misconduct, and any public harming impropriety. Such an environment of fear and insecurity hampers the effectiveness of our anti-corruption efforts and undermines the public's trust in the system, in the democratic system, and that is such a huge loss to actually have if people were to lose trust in our democracies. Therefore, it is imperative for Parliament to prioritize the implementation of comprehensive whistleblower protection mechanisms. These measures must encompass legal safeguards that shield whistleblowers from any form of retaliation or discrimination. It is the responsibility of Parliament to create legislative environment where individuals can report corruption without fearing for their livelihoods or their lives. We have seen how life-ending reporting corruption has been in the region, particularly in South Africa. By establishing and reinforcing robust whistleblower protection laws and policies, we can instill confidence in potential whistleblowers, encouraging them to come forward with vital information that can help uncover malfeasance and ensure accountability. I also have on my submission some of the recommendations that we want to bring forward, particularly using whistleblowing as an accountability tool and what Parliament can do, for example, enhancing legal frameworks for whistleblower protection, institutionalizing transparency measures, strengthening oversight mechanisms, promoting ethical leadership and good governance. And in conclusion, the strengthening of democratic institutions demands a comprehensive approach that prioritizes a range of vital elements. It requires a concerted effort from Parliament, policymakers, and citizens to ensure the sustained promotion of the rule of law, transparency, and accountability. A concerted effort of support of those who witness misconduct and a disrespect of established values, principles, and norms of governance. There's the support of those who witness misconduct is highly needed. That is, those who blow the whistle or those who make public interest disclosures ought to be protected. They are the guardians of the democratic corporate governance ideals on which we stand. The task at hand is not only to create and enforce legislative provisions, but also to cultivate a culture where the principles of transparency and accountability are ingrained in the fabric of governance. With these efforts, democratic governance effectively upholds the values of justice, equity, and participatory governance that are fundamental to the functioning of a healthy and thriving democratic society. Thank you for your attention, and I submit.
Thank you very much for your beautiful submission to say so, whereby you show that public interest should be considered and Parliament should create places to report corruption. I may now call the next presenter, Mr. Sofonia Shah, to present on peace, security, and governance in the SADC region. The floor is yours, Mr. Sofonia.
Mayakolebe Sinta, Mayamba Kubweza Mau.
ICT, can we please mute people who are not having the floor? And colleagues, please mute your mics if you are not speaking. Mr.
Sofonia, are you there? Mr. Sofonia, the floor is yours.
We can move to the next if he's not responding.
Yes, it seems he's not there. I now call the next presenter, Ms. Pusetso Magapedi, again to present on Parliament's crucial role in combating sextortion, addressing gender-based corruption in the SADC region.
Let's keep that. She won't be able to present. Let's go to the next.
Okay. I now call the next presenter, Ian Chawanga, to present on status of youth participation in electoral processes. The floor is yours, Mr. Chawanga.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, honorable members. Greetings, Excellency, and all the honorable members of the House. My name is Ian Chawanda. I'm a youth leader, governance and democracy expert. I'll be presenting on status of youth participation in electoral process. Before I begin, I will start with a quote from the African Youth Charter, which goes, "Africa's greatest resource is its youth population, and through their active and full participation, Africans can surmount the difficulties that lie ahead." This all stresses the importance of youth participation, full youth participation in all the processes, including electoral processes. So I'm just going to, first of all, to give a background of into African Union. Youth are individuals that are between the ages of 15 to 35 years. It is also important in this conversation to acknowledge that the youth are not homogeneous in their lived experiences and expectations. It is therefore important to qualify the different needs and perceptions that youth demographic may have in experiences while engaging in political and electoral processes. What are electoral processes? Electoral processes means a series of key election-related undertakings encompassing, inter alia, the formulation of legislation, delimitation, conflict prevention and management initiatives, civic and voter education, registration of voters, development and implementation of codes of conduct, nomination of candidates, campaigning, voting tabulation, results announcements, and election adjudication. Participation in electoral process involves much more than voting. So when we are talking about participation in electoral process, we are not just focusing on voting, but we are looking at the periods before the voting process and also periods after the voting process. Political participation derives from the freedom to speak out, assembly, and associate, the ability to take part in the conduct of public affairs, and the opportunity to register as a candidate to campaign, to be elected, and to hold office at all levels of government. This is according to UN Women 2015. So this is just to give a brief background for some of our listeners who might be here, who might want to just have a view or a clue on what we are going to talk about. So I'm just going to give some policy and legal frameworks that also promote youth participation in electoral processes. We've got the African Youth Charter on democracy, elections, and good governance. We've got African Youth Charter, the African Youth Charter AYC of 2006 serves as a guide for national, regional, and continental youth development and empowerment initiatives. The right of youth to engage in full political spectrum is stipulated in Article 11.1. Every young person has the right to engage in all aspects of society according to this provision. The African Youth Charter, Article 11, number 2B, requires the AU members to encourage young people to actively participate in society and to establish avenues for their engagement in decision making. And then we have got the Agenda 2063, the AU Agenda 2063, the Africa We Want, AU, which also speak about the African Union Growth and Sustainable Development Framework, Agenda 2063 exposes youth empowerment. Aspiration number 3 of Agenda 2063 envisages an Africa of good governance, democracy, and respect for human rights, justice, and rule of law. And then we've got the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. It is also another legal framework that supports youth participation in electoral processes. So according to African Union, youth are individuals that are ages between 15 to 35 years of age. It is important to note that about 65% of African population are under the ages of 35. They might not be classified as youth, because youth is according to African Union, they are categorized between the ages of 15 to 35. But when I've seen a lot of people referring to the 65% as the youth population, but according to African Union, it is not like that. But the 65% are for people who are under the age of 35, which means up to 1 month babies. They are also considered part of the 65%. So according to the IDEA, International Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance, youth constitute 1/3 of African population, so they must become active stakeholders and participants of regional democratization project. However, youth participation in electoral processes fluctuate, but it has remained relatively low. This is due to ever-growing youth apathy. The growing of youth apathy can be attributed to a number of problems, that is political, economic, social barriers, such as, number one, factors which limit youth participation include violence and intimidation. Cases of political violence, some youth decide to disengage from participating in electoral process due to fear of being victimized, and also the violence that is associated with the political and electoral processes. For example, the involvement of violent groups in DRC, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Angola. For example, the M23 in DRC, the Banyamulenge in DRC, South Kivu province, Chipangano in Zimbabwe. All these have also contributed to young people hesitating to partake in electoral processes. Another point is disputed electoral outcomes. Disputed electoral outcomes, they have got the knowledge of generating disinterest in voting amongst young people, especially the cases of Malawi, the cases of Zimbabwe, the cases of Angola, the cases of DRC. Disputed electoral outcomes often erode trust among the young people. So they no longer have that trust in these electoral bodies. They feel like voting doesn't change anything. They feel like the voting, at the end of the day, if they vote or they don't vote, the election outcome is predetermined. So we urge electoral bodies to be transparent in the way or in the manner in which they conduct their elections. And also another point is youth mistrust of government. Like in the case of South Africa in 2019, one of the youth who was interviewed was quoted saying, "I'm not voting tomorrow because we have problems. Like when we apply for bursaries, look for jobs, nothing is happening. I don't see the use of voting." This is according to a quotation that I got from the AU Guide to Youth Participation in Political and Electoral Processes, 2023. Another issue which limits youth participation is the issue of unemployment. Lack of employment and financial resource affect individuals and youth-led organizations' participation in political and electoral process. And another point is an underrepresentation in government, high electoral participation fees. For example, in Zimbabwe, an MP had to pay $1,000 to participate or to be a candidate, to register as a candidate for the past election. The $1,000 is prohibitive because majority of the young people who would like to participate as candidates in these elections are not able to participate because they cannot afford to raise the $1,000, which is beyond the reach of many young people. Another issue is the political discourse which takes place on social media. Social media has become a double-edged sword in that it also promotes voter participation or apathy apathy and disinterest in young voters, and can also make political processes attractive. That's why I have said it is a double-edged sword. In some of the conversations that they have online, it actually exacerbates apathy. But in other, which are progressive, it actually promotes participation. Another point is lack of government-led funding. Participating in political and electoral processes in some countries entails many financial resources and constitute a barrier. For instance, in Zimbabwe, Mozambique, DRC, and Angola, aspirants for political office must have a lot of money to contest and finance their campaigns. I think this is a general trend across Africa that usually the campaign trail is resource intensive. It requires a lot of resources, especially financial resources, to finance their election campaigns, their posters, to finance their campaign teams, logistics, all those things, they require money. So it needs someone who is financially stable to be involved in these electoral processes. So in the absence of government funding, this can actually become a prohibitive factor, limiting young people from participating in electoral processes. They must, right. Another point is administrative barriers. The youth face several administrative barriers that obtain in political electoral systems. Most African governments have local authority structures that are not empowered to make decisions. Requirements for the electoral processes can also limit youth participation. For example, a proof of residence was once required in Zimbabwe for one to register for voting. So we look at some of these administrative barriers, like the requirement for youth for proof of residence. It was actually a prohibitive factor, which many youth who do not own or who are renting do not have a proof of residence. So it was one of the requirements for one to register as a voter or to register as a candidate. It was also required. So it is also another prohibitive factor, which was also limiting youth participation in electoral processes. And then the dominant party systems, the dominance of political landscape by one political party, in some cases, one family leads to youth apathy. The suppression of dissenting voices and the continued domination of electoral contest by a force of yet give the youth the impression that elections do not change anything. And so participation in electoral process is deemed as a waste of time. We have seen domination of ANC in South Africa. We have seen the domination of Frelimo in Mozambique. We have seen the domination of ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe. So in the end, the young population may feel that even if they support the other political parties, they may feel that their political or their input in the electoral processes cannot contribute much or cannot change the status quo. So in the end, most of the youth will shy away from participating in electoral processes. And then we have to look at other factors that influence youth participation. This can either positively or negatively influence the participation of youth. The type of candidates, youthful candidates tend to draw their support from a lot of youthful participants in the electoral processes. For example, if you look at EFF in South Africa, the majority of the supporters, EFF supporters, are youths. The same with the CCC in Zimbabwe. If you look at it, it resonates with the interests of young people. The majority of the people who support the CCC and EFF are generally young people. Another point is the new faces can also generate some interest from youth to participate in advocate Nelson Chamisa. For example, the youth voter turnout for if we compare the youth voter turnout in 2008 for of youth voter turnout 2018, it shows you a report. So we see that there was an increase. The introduction of new faces on the political stage actually generated interest, can actually generate interest amongst the young population to participate in electoral processes. And also the impact of social media, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. For example, in the Botswana election, to youth participation was attributed to the political dynamics which were there in Lesotho, whereas in Angola, there was a lot of voters' irregularities. Voters were relocated away from their original polling stations. So we see that these are also other factors that the electoral management bodies can actually contribute limit, or they can actually contribute to youth participation. For in this case, in the case of Angola, they contributed, they limited the number of youth who were participating in this election. And also another point, that is the responsiveness of a sitting government. For example, in South Africa has recorded a continuous decrease in youth voter turnout over 6. Day during South Africa's 2019 national and provincial elections, some youth abstained as they regarded the exercise as futile. So the young people will not be able to participate in electoral processes. And then after we've realized that there are challenges that we can see concerning youth participation, and then the critical question which comes into play is what must be done. After we have discussed factors that influence youth participation and challenges they face, the most important question is what must be done to promote youth participation in electoral processes. We look at the electoral cycle and explore areas where youth can participate in. The electoral cycle is pre-election period, and post-election period. Opportunities where young people can actually utilize in regard to the electoral cycle. We've got the pre-election period. What role can young people play during the pre-election period? Youth can be involved in a number of activities or processes prior to elections. These include, youth can be included in voter education, duties. The pre-electoral parties are important building blocks. The civil society and private players can also use young people to intensify election messaging that will ignite interest and conversations among the youth about elections. And then what other roles can young people play during elections? Young people can participate in a number of activities during the during the actual election time, election time, young people can vote, participate as election observers. For example, during Zimbabwe's 2023 elections, the presence of African Union Peace Ambassador, Her Excellency Diana Chandu, actually inspired a lot of young people to participate in electoral processes. The election, they can also play a role as election agencies of different political players. They can participate as candidates, election managers, information officers can be.
Are you still there, Mr. Chawanga? Are you still there? Mr. Chawanga, are you still there? Thank you very much, Mr. Chawanga. Maybe he faces the connection challenge. It was a good submission whereby he strongly encourages full participation of youth in all processes of elections. I may now call the next presenter, Ms. or Mr. Karabo Matongomani. She or he is going to present on democracy, governance, and human rights in the SADC region. Yes, Mr. Chawanga, you can continue. You can continue your presentation. Yes, finish up, Mr. Chawanga. Mr. Chawanda, please check your mic.
Hello, Madam Chair. Am I audible?
You are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. So after we have discussed factors that influence youth participation and the challenges they face, the most important question is what must be done to promote youth participation in electoral processes. We looked at the electoral cycle and explored the areas where youth can participate in. The electoral cycle is composed of 3 phases: the pre-electoral period, the election period, and the post-election period. During the pre-election period, what are other activities young people can do or young people can be involved in? Youth can be involved in a number of activities or processes prior to the elections. These include voter education to reach proportion of youth population. They can be involved in civic education to do away with issues of disinformation and misinformation. Electoral management bodies can assist in accrediting young people to do their civic education duties. The pre-electoral period is crucial for encouraging and supporting youth to participate in the polls. Civic engagement of youth and youth-friendly political parties are important building blocks. The civil society and private players can use young people to intensify election messaging, be it through traditional media or the new type of media, the online media, that will ignite interest and conversations among the youth about elections. Then during elections, on what areas can young people participate in? Young people can participate in a number of activities during the actual election time. Youth can be involved in voting. They can participate as election observers. For example, during the Zimbabwe 2023 elections, the presence of the African Union Youth Peace Ambassador, Her Excellency.
Moderator. Sorry, Ian. Moderator.
Honorable Chair,
Yeah,
I'm here.
we are overrunning time. We said 10 to 12 minutes for presentation.
12 minutes. Okay. Wrap up, Mr. Chawanda, please.
Oh, okay, Madam Chair, thank you. Young people, they can participate as candidates. Young people can participate as election managers, can be part of the campaigning teams. And then after elections, the young people can also be involved in writing post-election evaluation reports and in continuous civic education to keep the interest among young people alive. Ways to increase youth participation in electoral processes, institutions, especially election governing bodies, must adopt civic technologies like online voter registration, where one can register to vote in the comfort of their home, like in Botswana and South Africa.
Your time is gone. Your time. Thank you for
thank you so much, madam.
Thank you for your beautiful submission, whereby you strongly encourage full participation of youth in all processes of elections, such as voter education, civil education, etc., etc. I may now call the next presenter, Ms. or Mr. Karabo, Matongomani to present on democracy, governance, and human rights in the SADC region. Ms. Karabo, the floor is yours.
Chawanda, please mute.
Okay, sir.
Ms. or Mr. Karabo Matongomani, the floor is yours.
If they're not available, let's move to the next.
I may now call the next presenter, Mr. or Ms. Bora Kaumba, Head of Gender and Youth and Young Women Developments Cluster, say of SADC. The floor is yours, Ms. or Mr. Bora Kaumba.
Bonsoir, vous pouvez m'entendre? Bonjour, vous pouvez m'entendre? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, so I will be presenting in French. So let me please share my presentation.
ICT, please allow to share a presentation. Hi, Ronald.
I'm good, sir.
Yes, can we facilitate you to share a presentation, please?
Hello, ma'am. Can you kindly click on the green button?
Yes, I can.
You click on it. Is your PowerPoint already open?
Not yet.
We'll start off with that one first. Let's open the PowerPoint first.
Okay. Okay.
At the bottom of the screen is something that says share screen. It's a green icon.
Let me try again.
You see your PowerPoint there?
Yes, I've already opened my PowerPoint, but can you see something?
Not yet, ma'am.
If we're winning, we may proceed. Eh?
Yes, yes, I think that we can proceed.
Thank you very much. Well,
can I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
OK. Alors, bonjour à tous. Mon nom est Bora Kaumba. Je suis en charge des questions de genre et développement de femmes au sein de l'organisation SADC. Aujourd'hui, mon partage va se baser sur une question. Donc, ma présentation porte sur la question qui touche aux stratégies qui peuvent être mises en place pour promouvoir les droits humains et comment les pays de la SADC peuvent-ils collaborer pour faire respecter ces droits. La première étape, selon moi, c'est d'abord de se poser la question, est-ce qu'en 2023, nous pouvons affirmer en tant que région que la population jouit pleinement de ses droits? Et cela, c'est vraiment avec un accent particulier qui est mis sur les catégories des personnes les plus vulnérables, notamment les personnes en situation d'urgence humanitaire, les femmes, les enfants et les personnes vivant avec handicap. La deuxième question qu'on doit se poser et que je me suis posée lors de l'établissement de ma présentation, c'est est-ce que nous avons respecté les engagements pris et mis en place des politiques durables? La troisième question, c'est qu'est-ce que nous comptons faire à présent? Et les deux questions corollaires que j'ai ajoutées, c'est est-ce qu'on peut s'évaluer en fonction des engagements pris et comment faire pour prendre un nouvel élan, poser des actions concrètes et évaluer les résultats. Alors, sans entrer dans les considérations générales, j'aimerais dire que la notion des droits humains regorge un large éventail de droits qui peuvent être regroupés en trois catégories selon l'Organisation sur les droits humains. Et ces trois catégories sont les droits civils et politiques, les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels, ainsi que les droits collectifs. Aujourd'hui, les rapports des études qui ont été faites par les ONG et organisations des sociétés civiles ont démontré que plusieurs pays membres de la SADC sont à la traîne en ce qui concerne la protection des droits humains et la qualité de la vie des peuples. Et les groupes les plus affectés par ces violations sont les enfants, les femmes, les jeunes, les personnes vivant avec handicap, ainsi que celles se retrouvant dans des situations d'urgence humanitaire. Vous allez vous rendre compte que tout au long de mon exposé, je vais plus m'attarder sur les droits qui touchent les femmes ainsi que les enfants, puisque je fais d'abord partie de cette catégorie de personnes, mais aussi parce que je suis en charge de ces questions au niveau de SADC. Alors, bien que les États membres mettent en œuvre activement plusieurs programmes en vue de promouvoir ces droits, ceux-ci continuent de faire face à des défis majeurs dus notamment à plusieurs facteurs dont les principaux sont la mauvaise santé sexuelle et reproductive des jeunes, l'accès limité à l'enseignement secondaire et supérieur, les taux élevés du chômage et du sous-emploi, la prédominance de l'entrepreneuriat à faible productivité au sein de l'économie informelle et surtout la faible représentativité des femmes dans les secteurs publics, privés et politiques. Il faut dire que dans notre région, le taux de chômage des jeunes s'élève à 12% environ. Ce pourcentage est plus élevé chez les femmes dans la majorité des pays. Donc, il est crucial de s'attaquer à ces contraintes pour tirer profit du dividende démographique qui a surgi en conséquence de la forte explosion démographique des jeunes qui représente aujourd'hui 35% de la population au sein de la région. Pour ça, j'aimerais attirer votre attention sur trois principaux points sur lesquels je vais partager avec vous, notamment la protection, la représentation et la participation. Donc, protection des droits, la représentation des femmes et des jeunes, la participation des femmes, des jeunes et des personnes vulnérables. Et sur cela, on va étudier deux principaux aspects. D'abord, l'aspect légal. Quelles sont les observations que nous pouvons faire et quels sont les défis et quelles sont les opportunités. Par rapport à l'aspect légal, il faut dire qu'au niveau de la région de la SADC, plusieurs textes de loi ont été adoptés, mais leur applicabilité traîne à suivre dans les différents pays. Les opportunités, c'est qu'on a déjà les textes de loi, mais il faudrait que les actions puissent suivre ces textes de loi. Par rapport aux politiques publiques, que ce soit sur la protection des droits humains, la représentativité des femmes et la participation de ces dernières, et même des jeunes, il faudrait dire que les observations qui ont été faites sont que la représentativité des femmes est faible au niveau des instances de décision. Par instance de décision, il ne faudrait pas uniquement prendre les instances de décision politique, mais aussi dans les institutions privées et même dans d'autres institutions publiques. Il faut dire que le taux des mariages des enfants reste élevé, surtout dans les zones d'urgence, parce que moi, je viens d'un pays en urgence sécuritaire et même en urgence sanitaire. Donc, il faudrait vraiment tenir compte de ça. Le Forum des jeunes de la SADC, une observation aussi, c'est que le Forum des jeunes de la SADC a été mis en place. La voix des jeunes est amplifiée, mais cela n'est pas toujours suffisant et c'est aussi de moindre impact car l'institution n'est pas suffisamment appuyée financièrement, ce qui limite sa capacité d'action afin d'atteindre plus de jeunes. Les opportunités que nous avons, c'est que le dividende démographique qui a surgi en conséquence de la forte explosion démographique des jeunes est aujourd'hui très important et on peut investir dans les jeunes afin de pouvoir protéger les droits humains, afin de pouvoir accroître la représentation et la participation des femmes. Au-delà de ça, il faut aussi dire qu'il y a une manifestation d'engagement du Parlement des jeunes de la SADC que nous saluons à la mise en place des mesures qui visent à développer des meilleures conditions de vie pour la population, mais aussi la protection des droits humains et aussi et surtout à améliorer les conditions des jeunes, en particulier des jeunes femmes et des filles, en centrant les projets sur des initiatives ciblées sur le développement social, économique et technologique. Une autre opportunité, c'est qu'on a l'existence des ONG et entreprises locales identifiées et partenaires au Forum des jeunes de la SADC qui travaillent pour la protection des droits des femmes, qui travaillent pour la représentativité des jeunes, mais aussi leur participation. Alors, pour revenir au vif du sujet et répondre à la question sur laquelle porte ma présentation d'aujourd'hui, j'ai proposé 10 étapes qui nous permettront d'atteindre la bonne mise en place de la promotion des droits humains, mais aussi une meilleure collaboration entre les États afin de favoriser ces droits. La première étape que j'ai proposée, c'est d'adopter une stratégie éducationnelle commune qui inclut les aspects des droits humains à tous les niveaux des systèmes éducatifs. Par là, j'entends qu'il est vrai que les différents pays de la SADC ont des systèmes éducatifs propres à eux, mais il est très important qu'on inclue les aspects des droits humains pour que déjà, dès le bas âge, que les plus jeunes apprennent qu'il est important de respecter ceci, qu'il y a une marche à suivre, qu'il faut entreprendre telle ou telle autre démarche. La deuxième proposition, c'est la mise en place des stratégies globalisantes dans l'application des lois, des politiques et des mesures prises à la vie réelle des populations. Pourquoi cette proposition? C'est d'autant plus parce que nous avons remarqué que les lois sont là, que les politiques ont été mises en œuvre, les politiques ont été mises en place, je m'excuse, mais nous n'arrivons pas à adapter ces politiques au quotidien des populations, au quotidien des filles, en tenant compte des filles, des femmes, en tenant compte des différences historiques et culturelles, et ce qui fait qu'on a toujours un déséquilibre au sein de nos communautés respectives, au sein des communautés locales de chaque État de la SADC. Pourquoi? Parce qu'on ne prend pas le temps de réfléchir à comment on peut ramener les décisions régionales au niveau de nos États respectifs. La troisième proposition, c'est de pouvoir promouvoir la participation des femmes et des jeunes filles dans les instances de prise de décision, que ce soit les instances de prise de décision politique, que ce soit des instances de prise de décision publiques ou privées. Ce que nous remarquons dans les États aujourd'hui, c'est que dans la plupart des cas, le ministère qui est donné aux femmes, c'est le ministère du genre. Parce qu'on se dit il faut pouvoir déjà régler le problème qui existe par rapport à la disparité de représentativité, c'est que pour les femmes, il faut leur donner le ministère du genre. On n'en disconvient pas, c'est vrai que c'est important, mais ce à quoi on veut parvenir aujourd'hui, c'est pas que les femmes soient uniquement représentées, mais c'est aussi que les hommes comprennent qu'il faut que les femmes soient là. Et pour ça, il est important d'accroître la représentativité des femmes, pas seulement au niveau du ministère du genre, mais de leur donner aussi l'opportunité d'avoir des ministères comme la Défense, des ministères comme ceux en charge de la sécurité nationale, des ministères comme l'enseignement, afin qu'à tous les niveaux, au moins, on soit rassuré que la participation des femmes est effective. Mais aussi et surtout que les hommes soient inclus dans tout ce qui a trait au genre. Je reviens à l'exemple que j'ai donné au tout début, c'est que dans la majorité des États aujourd'hui, les ministères qui sont en charge du genre, de la famille et de l'enfant, comme dans mon pays, on y met généralement des femmes, alors qu'on a besoin également des hommes au sein de ces ministères, d'une forte participation des hommes pour qu'ils puissent également faire véhiculer cette masculinité positive à laquelle nous sommes, pour laquelle, je m'excuse, nous sommes en train de pousser au fait et pour laquelle nous sommes en train de militer. Parce que pour pouvoir parvenir à une vraie égalité des genres, il faudrait que les femmes, tout comme les hommes, soient tous pris au même pied d'égalité. La quatrième étape, c'est de pouvoir encourager l'éducation des filles et femmes et appuyer la création des activités génératrices de revenus, surtout dans les zones en situation d'urgence humanitaire et en tenant compte des femmes vivant avec handicap, des autochtones et aussi de toutes celles qui sont, comme je le disais au tout début, en situation d'urgence humanitaire. Pourquoi il est important d'encourager l'éducation des filles? Parce qu'aujourd'hui, vous remarquerez que qu'on est en train de militer pour accroître une forte représentativité des jeunes femmes dans les instances de décision. Mais pour cela, il faut que les femmes elles-mêmes aussi comprennent, parce que généralement, on dit que c'est les hommes toujours qui posent problème, mais il faut que les femmes elles-mêmes aussi comprennent qu'elles doivent y participer, qu'elles doivent comprendre la quintessence de leur apport. Tant que les femmes n'ont pas encore compris ça, tant que les femmes elles-mêmes ne sont pas conscientes du fait qu'elles doivent participer, la machine ne peut pas aller de l'avant. Moi, je travaille dans ce secteur et j'accompagne même les enfants au niveau des comités, vu que dans mon pays, il y a des comités au niveau des écoles. On a remarqué déjà au niveau des écoles, au niveau secondaire, que les jeunes filles ne se représentent pas aux élections. Alors, comment voulez-vous que plus tard, nous ayons une représentativité accrue si déjà dès le bas âge, on n'a pas cette culture-là de pouvoir se représenter, de pouvoir diriger, de pouvoir démontrer la volonté à changer les choses ou le cours de l'histoire. La cinquième étape, c'est d'améliorer la qualité et la pertinence de l'éducation pour les adolescentes et les jeunes femmes en intégrant dans chaque système éducationnel des notions d'employabilité, d'entrepreneuriat, d'innovation, de services de santé reproductive, d'égalité de genre et de renforcer les liens entre les différents secteurs. Aujourd'hui, il faudrait dire que ce problème ne concerne pas uniquement le secteur lié au genre. On a besoin que les médecins puissent s'imprégner de la situation. On a besoin que les politiques puissent s'imprégner de la situation. Il faudrait un travail interdisciplinaire pour pouvoir parvenir à un résultat. La sixième étape, c'est d'intégrer les jeunes dans les politiques de développement et les plans d'action à l'échelon national et au niveau des États. La septième démarche, c'est de maintenir un contact permanent entre le Parlement de la SADC et le Forum des jeunes de la SADC afin d'améliorer la qualité et l'efficacité des différentes interventions régionales. Et à travers cette étape, j'aimerais remercier le Parlement. J'aimerais remercier le Parlement de la SADC pour nous avoir donné aujourd'hui, en tant que jeunes, l'opportunité de nous exprimer et de contribuer également. La 8e étape, c'est de mettre en place un système sécurisé qui favoriserait une meilleure transmission des compétences au sein de la région et permettrait la libre circulation des personnes, des biens et des services. Il faudrait dire qu'au niveau de la SADC, il y a dans certains pays où il y a beaucoup d'avancées en termes de représentativité, de participation des femmes, et c'est important que nous puissions faire un échange de connaissances, que nous puissions faire une meilleure transmission de compétences pour que tous les États de la SADC puissent parvenir au développement par rapport à ces questions. La 9e étape, c'est de renforcer les programmes de partenariat afin de mieux collecter les données, de constituer une base d'éléments factuels nécessaires à la formulation des politiques et d'actions éducatives respectueuses de la dimension genre et de pouvoir sensibiliser suffisamment les populations. Pourquoi cette proposition?
Mr. Bora, your time is about to finish. Please wrap up. Please wrap up, Mr. Bora.
Okay, thank you. Et la toute dernière étape, c'est d'intégrer les aspects artistiques, culturels et sportifs dans toutes les politiques, les lois et actions visant à l'amélioration des opportunités de développement et d'autonomisation des jeunes. Parce que les aspects, aujourd'hui, on doit dire que les jeunes au niveau de la région ont beaucoup de talent et que la culture est aussi l'un des meilleurs moyens de véhiculer le message et de parvenir à un développement. Je crois que je vais m'arrêter par une dernière citation de Joseph Kizerbo qui dit « Une société qui renonce à prendre en charge sa jeunesse et à la doter des outils d'une promotion optimale enterre son propre avenir. C'est une société suicidaire. » Merci. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Bora Kaumba, for your beautiful presentation, whereby you strongly talk about the protection of the rights of women and children together with the disabled, especially where they have the right to participate and have access to quality education. I may now call the presenters who did not show up if they are there now.
Moderator, that is Shale, Sophone Shale is in the meeting. You may give him the opportunity to present. He is supposed to present on peace, security, and governance in the SADC region. He's the Executive Director for Development for Peace Education from Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sophonia Shale, the floor is yours now to present on peace, security, and governance in the SADC region.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Sophonia Shale. I work for Development for Peace Education in Lesotho. And we wish to make a submission that relates to the peace, security, and governance, and our appreciation of peace is that peace is not necessarily the absence of war, but a state of harmony where all individuals are able to contribute towards making a society in which they live a better place for all. So our submission is based on that appreciation of peace. And we want to say, when it comes to gender-based violence, which is rampant, we are quite aware of a number of initiatives that are being undertaken by governments. And if we were to make an example of the situation in Lesotho, we look at Sexual Offences Act, we look at Speedy Trial Act, we look at the Child Protection and Well-being Act, and a number of similar kind. But what we really want the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee to be alive to is the reality that in the presence of those legal measures and mitigations, there is still a lot of violence that goes on, thriving on cultural stereotypes and other forms of norms so well entrenched and accepted in our society. So the recommendation would be for the Portfolio Committee to facilitate the regional reawakening of leaders, of implementers of the laws, of activists, and all those who are involved, to look beyond the limited direct impact or responses in the form of laws, in the form of policy pronouncements. Something that encourages all the actors to go beyond those provisions. Interventions that transcend the structural violence where people find themselves within a particular way of living that negates the freedom of females, freedom of girls, freedom of LGBTIQ and other minority groups. All those entrenched patterns of life known as norms and accepted as the way of life, yet they deprive people their freedom, are the realities that may not necessarily be dealt with alone by the provision of laws, yet the legislation is very important in that regard. And again, we want to raise the issue of citizens that are suffering from state, but in particular, police brutality, where professional investigation is now being replaced or overtaken by the use of force and other means of seeking information from the suspects. We look at this and say, by way of example, we have seen in Lesotho, in the village of Diseling, in the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, where a constructor that is building access road to the Lesotho Highlands Water Project phase 2 at Pudihati has been disrupting ordinary lives of the people, including the livelihoods. It is blasting today, it is blasting the following day, stones and rocks rolling over and lying on the fields of the people who have no other means of livelihood except agriculture, except plowing and farming on their fields, are not able to do that because the constructor negligently has simply not taken responsibility to ensure that there is mitigation measures of minimizing the impact of the construction. And one day, he cut the electricity supply to the village, but promised that within no time that will be fixed. And when it was not fixed, people decided to make a demonstration. And they demonstrated by blocking the road. The police were on their case, and the videos could be provided demonstrating how cruel and how brutal the police has been to the ordinary citizens who did not on their own initiate the protest, but who were provoked by disturbing their ordinary way of living. And you know what the police did? In haste to hide the brutality that has been done, they opened a case against the citizens for public indecency and disruption of ordinary life of society. Now, on the similar kind of activities all over the region where police brutality is a major challenge to the human rights activists, we call upon for the regional parliament, on the regional parliamentary portfolio committee, not only to provide avenue for human rights defenders to engage, but also put adequate pressure on SADC leaders to reverse their decision to suspend the Southern African Development Community Tribunal, which was a very clear mechanism through which citizens can access justice at the regional level where the national courts have not been able to. So we want to put that as a recommendation to the portfolio committee. And we also want to raise another issue where we are saying the SADC with 2 C's, that is the Southern African Coordinating Committee, which struggled to reduce dependence of the region on apartheid South Africa, has been replaced by the SADC with 1 C, which is Southern African Development Community. And that 1 C actually says we should strive to be a community. That is why integration becomes a core business of the SADC. But the biggest challenge is, as we speak, our democracy remains state, not citizens' democracy. If you go to Zimbabwe, for example, recent elections, we look at the situation and say the portfolio committee should find it necessary to make sure that reforms that are necessary are being carried out. But again, to look at how the elections in Zimbabwe, on the basis of the report that election observer mission has released, reflects the will and the wish of the people of Zimbabwe. But again, we want to say the portfolio committee should not be immune from those kind of situations, because that is exactly where people people themselves, not leaders, want to see the relevance of this forum. You look at Eswatini, where SADC leaders have ordered that there be an inclusive dialogue. Yet the authorities in the kingdom claim that they cannot negotiate with terrorists, referring to the citizens seeking their freedom as such. Yet SADC leaders cannot stand their ground. Therefore, the portfolio committee should not allow leaders to rest with that. There should be adequate voice and pressure to persuade leaders to rise to the occasion and stand. In fact, the portfolio committee should stand with the people refusing to allow leaders to get away with murder. The death of Comrade Maseko in Eswatini has to be investigated. That is not us, but SADC has said that. That should be implemented. So the portfolio committee should demand that killers of Tulani Maseko be brought to book. Political parties in Eswatini are not allowed. Yet the SADC Observer Mission has audacity to endorse those elections without political parties participating. I mean, look at the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, in particular, Article 2.1.2 and Article 2.1.5. Shame upon SADC. I mean, this is a bare misrepresentation of the people of this region to regard Tinkuntra as complying with the SADC principles and guidelines on democratic elections. Clear misrepresentation. So the SADC PF portfolio committee responsible for governance should amplify the citizens' voices. We, the people, so by way of conclusion, we wish to say SADC needs a regional reforms process because in Lesotho, reforms is an issue. And this is the country where SADC has spent more resources and time, more than in any other country. And SADC cannot leave that process incomplete because if SADC is not able to show results of reforms in Lesotho, it will hardly show such in any other country, given the time, resources, and everything else invested in this country. But we want to say, when you go to Zimbabwe, Eswatini, Malawi, all over the region, citizens really want reforms. And we want to say, take Lesotho as a model state to the degree and to the extent that the reforms platform has been so inclusive. Not only political parties or politicians were in the national reforms structure, but civil society, women groups, youth, student, traditional leaders, labor, business, academia, you named it. So it is that kind
Mr. Shale, please wrap up.
that we are looking towards for. Pardon?
Please wrap up. Your time is about to go.
No. I was actually saying this is said in conclusion because we want to say the portfolio committee should look at the good work that has been done elsewhere, and in particular, inclusivity in the reforms in Lesotho. And then come up with a very forceful campaign to make sure that in all the other countries where there is a need for reforms, such is being provided. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shale, for your beautiful presentation on peace, security, and governance, whereby you have shown that peace is not all about the absence of war. And again, that SADC needs a regional review process. I may now call other presenters who were not able to present, if they are still there. Okay, it seems those that were not there are still not there. And let us carry on. Honorable members, since we have received the submissions, I now invite honorable members who wish to deliberate on the submissions to do so. I'll give each member 3 minutes. The floor is yours, members who wish to speak.
DRC has their hand up, and South Africa too.
Okay, so we can start with DRC, then South Africa. DRC, the floor is yours. DRC.
Okay, they are unmuted now.
Madagascar, the floor is yours.
Moderator, the chair has guided that DRC has the floor.
Okay, thank you.
And Honorable Chekezi, please take the floor.
Maintenant, je peux parler. Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir passé la parole. Avant toute chose, je voudrais remercier les différents intervenants pour la pertinence de leurs propos. Merci beaucoup. Monsieur le Président, j'ai un souci à travers tout ce que je viens de suivre. Tant et si bien que je vous dirai, les pères fondateurs ont posé les principes fondateurs aussi, les différents mécanismes, les différentes orientations, et ils avaient un objectif à travers la création de notre Parlement, je vais dire structure sous-régionale. J'ai eu la chance de participer à plusieurs fois au forum, aux réunions de la SADC, notamment à l'accession de mon pays à cette structure de la SADC vers les années 1990 ou 90. J'ai pu prendre part à des importantes rencontres au Durban sur la crise des Zimbabwe. J'ai pu prendre aussi participation à la crise de Madagascar à Lusaka. J'arrive à la conclusion. Pourquoi est-ce que nos pères fondateurs qui ont donné leur vie, et il y a même des enfants de la SADC qui ont donné leur vie pour mon pays, ne peuvent pas être honorés en respectant les principes fondateurs? Première question. Donc, il m'est arrivé en conclusion de dire que les principes, les orientations existent bel et bien. C'est la mise en pratique de ces principes qui ne marchent pas. Tenez pour dit, comment pouvons-nous vouloir respecter le fonctionnement de la SADC sans que le forum parlementaire ne soit une structure contraignante. Parce que sans contrainte, les abus sont multiples. Quand on parle de la démocratisation, il y a beaucoup d'abus à travers les pays de la SADC, et le mien, la RDC en particulier. Les règles veulent que la Constitution régule tout, mais les abus des dirigeants font qu'ils cherchent quelque chose qui les arrange. Mais aussi longtemps qu'il n'y a pas une contrainte, ils continueront. Il en est de même pour les droits humains. L'intervenant de tout à l'heure a parlé des atrocités à travers les pays de la SADC. Comment les opposants sont maltraités alors qu'ils n'usent que de leurs droits. Nous allons à la gouvernance, c'est la même chose. Dans mon pays, la RDC Congo, comment un gouvernement peut mettre sur pied une taxe sur toute la population? Or, l'autorité budgétaire reste le Parlement. Et dès lors qu'on demande au gouvernant de venir...
Moderator.
Je termine par dire...
Juste
une minute. Je termine par dire... Je termine par dire aussi longtemps que nous ne changeons pas, nous ne ratifions pas le forum parlementaire. En un parlement, il n'y aura rien. Nous perdons et le temps et l'énergie. La première des choses, il faut cette contrainte à travers les membres de la SADC, donc que nous ratifions un parlement pour que ça soit une structure contraignante pour la démocratisation, les droits humains et la gouvernance. Voilà, j'ai dit, Monsieur le Président, et merci.
Thank you. Now we can have for South Africa.
Thank you very much. Honorable, anyone who wants to speak?
It is
Honorable
the floor
members?
for South Africa. Madam Moderator.
Yes.
It's the floor
Yes,
for
Chair.
South Africa now.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. If I may, basically from our side, the inputs have been very good, and to listen about the terrorism, which has been a concern of mine over many years in SADC, both the terrorism and the stability of our countries. One would argue, and as has been mentioned in Mozambique, whether it was terrorism that started or a civil war that started what became terrorism. And one must be mindful that it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And often we invite, through our vulnerability or our instability, we invite people from outside of the continent to start interfering in our countries. And then we upset when they come in our countries, and then they start acting like a de facto government or a demi-government. And then they start getting involved in the elections, and they start getting involved in taking over some of the infrastructure, or getting involved in trying to push governments into a certain direction. And the problem we have is that some of our enemies are not very far from the enemies that we're seeing in world wars. So we hear about Hamas. You think that Hamas might just be a governing party for Palestine, but Hamas is no further than ISIS, and ISIS is no far away from Mozambique. So Mozambique, quite frankly, has an enemy that is terror, that is not necessarily just a terror group from Africa, which is what's been described, that the terror group that is currently terrorizing the north of Mozambique is African. We've got to be careful that when we are trying to unite against terrorism, that we make sure that we cut the funding, we cut the source of terror, and that we make sure that we get to unite as countries against the common enemy, and that we're not fractured in our support. We don't have one country supporting this one country saying, well, they can do this or they can't do this. The other problem is exactly as was mentioned, is that when our countries don't act according to our role model laws and they go rogue, we've got a problem, because we worked for years on our role model laws. And then when we have countries that create their own election laws or their own treatments of political leaders in their country and outside their country, that also creates precedents, and it also creates a problem for SADC and how SADC moves forward. So these are items that must be debated at a state level, and then items that have to be debated on an executive level. But we must take the input of the delegations here today, and we must ensure that their voices are being heard, and that we don't just become a talk shop of the voice, but that we actually turn it into action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, South Africa. Madam Moderator, do we have any other person who wishes to speak?
Through the chair.
I don't see anybody again who wants to
Moderator.
speak. I can't see any hand.
Hello, moderator. Through the chair, I wanted to check. That must be Secretary General sharing the screen.
Yes, it is, but I'll speak at the end when all the members have made their input. I just don't want to forget reference to the issue of the transformation and the powers that the regional parliament will eventually have, because this committee needs to be at the forefront of really communicating the position of what this transformation means insofar as sovereignty and other factors are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam SG. Honorable Malanta, do you wish to take the floor?
Thank you all who have taken part to speak. I now invite ICT to share feedback questionnaire and briefly explain how participants must respond.
Moderator, kindly repeat.
Thank you. I now invite ICT to share the feedback questionnaire and briefly explain how participants must respond.
Okay, maybe at this point, if we are closing the debate from the hearings, I may be given the floor if the chair agrees.
Madam SG, you can go, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think there's always been a misunderstanding in terms of what the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a parliament brings along with it. And I think it's important for this committee to continuously be on the same page, because it would really help us in terms of what we are going to expect and what has already been requested for. The resolution of the forum is very clear that there will be no interference with any country's sovereignty. Secondly, that we are not going to have lawmaking powers. Rather, we have just been given the opportunity to continue developing model laws, which is a soft law layer, which basically allows us to persuade, countries to ratify or domesticate the treaties that are there. So I was worried, and it's not the first time where we hear members calling for this transformation because they believe that it will eventually give us the legislative powers. I hope this is clear, and I will request the committee secretary to circulate this particular paper on the transformation of the SADC bill, which was submitted to the heads of states, and the basis on which the transformation is based on. I hope that is clear, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
There will be no
Madam
legislative
SG.
powers.
Thank you, Madam SG. Madam Moderator, please guide how we are proceeding. Madam Moderator, are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an announcement to make for honorable members. You are requested to remain for not an hour for presentation by the strategic planning consultants.
Have the public hearings adjourned?
No.
Not yet, Madam S.
Not yet. I now invite the chairperson of the DGHR Standing Committee to deliver his closing remarks and officially close the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, honorable members from various SADC countries. It has been a very long day. We have listened to a lot of participants, our youths, our women have given us serious issues. Allow me to present my closing remarks as a standing committee on democratization, governance, and human rights at the conclusion of the 2023 public hearing session for the committee, which were held under the theme Amplifying Citizens' Voice in Regional Integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing Parliament to the people, 16th October 2023. Distinguished members of the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, parliamentarians from SADC national parliaments, Her Excellency Ms. Boemo Sekgoma, SADC-PF Secretary General, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives from partner organization, SADC-PF Secretariat staff and staff of SADC national parliaments, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At this juncture, I wish to express my profound gratitude to you all for sparing your time to participate in this public hearing. I wish to sincerely thank the organizations and individuals who made submissions and have ably presented them to the committee today. Your views and insights will help to shape the strategic direction of the committee. Let me assure you that the committee will work on the actions that have been proposed. I wish to make a comment on the interventions that have been mentioned to better support women's active and meaningful participation in peace and security. Indeed, the suggestions made would create a stable environment for sustainable development and prosperity among SADC member states. Additionally, the proposed interventions that have been put forward to address terrorism can be achieved if SADC member states continuously assess anti-terrorism strategies, adapt to new strategies, and collaborate with international partners. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, if we take a collaborative effort to ensure that all the resolutions discussed in these forums are implemented, we can be assured of societies that have strong democratic institutions, uphold the rule of law, and establish a culture of transparency and accountability. I wish to conclude my remarks by thanking the Secretariat of SADC-PF for organizing the public hearing professionally. Through their efforts, the committee has fulfilled its mandate of promoting popular participation in democracy and governance processes through its engagement with civil society, business, and the academia, among others. I thank you all for your participation. Thank you very much.
This brings us to the end of the meeting. Thank you all for attending. ICT, you may now terminate the meeting. Thank you.
Apologies. Are we not having the strategic plan intervention?
The consultants, are you there?
Yes, we are, ma'am.
Please continue with your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Makawe Masie. I'm a senior partner at Headhunters. Thank you very much for this opportunity to give a quick address. So our role essentially has been to come through and assist the SADC-PF with the development of its strategic plan. So we've been contracted by the SADC-PF to work with the Secretariat in the development of the new 5-year strategy that's going to be running from 2024 to 2028. As you may all know, we've got the previous strategy that was running, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, is from 2019 through to 2023. So it's elapsing at the end of this year, on the last day of the year. And as such, it's necessary that the SADC-PF reorients itself and establishes a new set of goals that it seeks to achieve over the next couple of years and a roadmap to the achievement of those goals. Now, as a part of our strategic plan development methodology, we feel it is very critical for us to provide the necessary context within which the strategy must be delivered by way of getting insights from its stakeholders. So what we have done is, along with the Secretariat, we have developed a questionnaire which we have put online, and we've tried to distribute to all the members through WhatsApp, the WhatsApp platform. And our request is for honorable members to be able to look at it, click on this link that will take them directly to the questionnaire, and then they can begin to complete the questionnaire online. The questionnaire itself requires you to provide your most honest answers and insights that you may have had from your dealings and deliberations on issues relating to the parliamentary forum,